How's everybody doing this morning? Why is this coming? Because they turned on the audio over there. Kelly, Cindy is house cleaning and will not be joining us until 1. Excellent. Well, good luck with house cleaning. Sorry you have to do that. Never fun. Hope it goes well. And do have a good day. Julia Seawood, Jamie Blue Nose, Alex McLean, MH, Christiana. Hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well with you. Slice Cube. Why is my phone buzzing? Someone's phone was buzzing. Slice Cube. Are you new, Slice Cube? Mike is good. Are you making fun of me? One moment. Chris Lee, Salty Air, Sandy, and Nosy Scotian. That's the nickname I have for my dog. Nosy. After Nova. Now, didn't get to partake in any session yesterday because they decided they didn't want to work. We will not make the same decision because that's just not going to happen. Participant submissions, don't worry about that. So the numbering system may be out on my videos, but that's because I think I might make a video just to point out they didn't do anything. What are you doing? Linda, Nikki Lewis, what? Slice Cube. Are you Jumbo Slice? Slices. Faye. Sad Mafioso. Greetings from Driveway. Oh dear. Dear's got new videos. I was thinking I'm going to send you a message. I know I play stuff, but I think it would be good to give me one moment. Can you give me one moment? Okay. Sorry. Just getting a message from a family member. You don't have to worry about emotions. All good. I'm good with emotions. Well, maybe not personally, but family. Nikki Lewis. No new documents, says oh dear. Winkies, says Slice Cube. Not sure what the hell that means, but Winks, okay. Winkies back. Is that what I'm supposed to do? I don't know. Excuse me. We just assume that participant submissions was supposed to happen yesterday are added to today. Won't get added to today. I think yes. I think that would be a good assumption. Assumptions should be careful with them, but I don't think there's anything added. But who knows? Good morning, Kelly Blair. Good morning. Hope you're having a good morning. What's the weather like down there? Josie. Good morning to you. Good to see you again. Brenda, MU. How many of you are at work? Nova Scotia Freckles. Low Watcher. Good morning. Oh, I'm hearing something. Yeah, I'd be interested too. I haven't heard too much. Rainy and cold. And overcast is sad. Kelly, rainy and cold. Oh no. It's nice today here. It was nice to take the dog for a walk. Yeah. Thought you were cleaning houses. What are you doing? What are you doing, Cindy? You still here? Donna's joining us. Oh, here's Todd. Todd is a squirrel today. Secret squirrels. You got 3 minutes. Okay. Do have a good day, please. Oh, TikTok. TikTok is here. Good. Hot mic at the omission. What is it when they make an admission at the omission? Logic. I like logic. That one's. I'll have to work that out. Do you know that language can be broken down into math? That's logic. Hooves. They disappeared on us. They disappeared. Kendall, good morning. Salty, thank you for the kind gesture with hands. That's kind, very kind. Anybody feels like sharing, I would appreciate that. We need as many eyes and ears as possible. Lots of people need to learn, sadly, how corrupt our country has become. Sadly. They're still not doing anything. Let's start the chain smoking now. Does it cease? I don't know. What are you doing? You gonna come over here and say hello? Come say hello. Uh-oh. I think we're almost. Do we have? Yes. Okay. Julia's here. We have a resident timekeeper. Constable Tingley states on April 17th he saw him in Elmsdale. 6 hours.
Proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. Just a reminder, if you do have a cell phone, please turn it to silent or off. Thank you.
I think I heard the show playing in the background once there. It's rather interesting. One of the lawyers. Makes for a good clip later down the line. Late again. Julia's our official timekeeper. Gotta go. Okay, have a good day. Wondering if family lawyers will ever reach a point when they say they are going to quit the commission and pull their participation. Yeah, that would be, they would like that, I think. Then they can just shut her all down. Shut her down. Shut her down. Lots of interesting things in that document, by the way. I don't know how many people were. A bunch of you stayed, watched it, which I always appreciate. Jojo Josie is doing gestures. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lisa has never been asked what they did the day before. Interesting. No. That'd be by Vardy, brother-in-law Vardy. Right. Nothing to see here. Don't chew on a hat. I got a new hat and then she destroyed it. Now she's trying to destroy another one. I like this hat. Please don't. My ranch hat. One of them. Does anyone know who SM that they took blood sample to compare to unknown female one? Oh, is there an unknown female one? I missed that. Morning, Todd. Way to go. Should just leave this one up. Way to go. We'll start in a moment. Where was the unknown female sample? Kendall? Amongst the thousands of documents. Oh my God, what was that? And a rose? What? And a thorn. Yes, and 2 unknown males. Yes, the unknown males. Okay, here we go. Looks like they may actually be working today.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Let us start by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. This week, as we are broadening our focus in public proceedings to explore how and why the mass casualty happened, we've been looking at matters and shaping questions related to police paraphernalia, including uniforms, equipment, and vehicles. A reminder that as we broaden our focus, we'll also expand the kinds of public proceedings we use in this inquiry. In addition to more presentations on foundational documents and hearing from more witnesses, you can also expect to hear some more about commissioned reports and see roundtables and small group sessions. On Monday, Commission Council shared their brief presentations on police paraphernalia, uniforms, equipment, vehicles, and confirmation of the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser. We also heard from the witness Max Liberatore about the perpetrator's police paraphernalia. During public proceedings today, we'll host our first roundtable, inviting individuals with helpful knowledge to provide their insights on relevant issues. The discussion will be facilitated by Krista Smith, who's the Legal Policy Officer with the Commission's Research and Policy Team. Our Research and Policy Team is focused on helping us understand how and why the mass casualty happened to shape findings and recommendations. The contextual information being brought forward will take many forms, including the commissioned reports, small group sessions, and roundtables mentioned earlier. As you'll recall, a number of commission reports are being prepared by independent researchers and writers to help us better understand the issues in our mandate. The first batch of reports is available to you on the website, with more to follow in the weeks ahead. I do encourage you to read them. They are substantial. In some cases, commissioned report authors will be joining relevant roundtable discussions to talk more about their area of expertise. Joining them will be other subject area experts, some of whom have been suggested by Phase 1 and 2 participants, practitioners, and individuals who have a direct interest in the theme under discussion. Today's roundtable will focus on police paraphernalia. You'll be hearing a variety of perspectives today, including from academics, retired law enforcement, collectors of police paraphernalia, and a lawyer. I'll ask Ms. Smith to bring in the roundtable participants, and I understand some are joining us online as well. So Ms. Smith will help introduce the people taking part in the roundtable. Welcome everyone and good morning.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners, Commissioner McDonald and Stanton and Fitch. My name is Krista Smith, and I'm a member of the Research and Policy Team of the Mass Casualty Commission. And as facilitator of our first roundtable, I'll be directing the questions and following up and moderating the dialogue. The commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. And as you know, roundtable discussions will form part of the commission record. These proceedings are being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the commission's website. So the questions I'll be posing today are based on the following core themes related to police paraphernalia and police imposters. So we'll be looking at the cultural significance of police uniforms and equipment, and the role that symbols play in policing, and how that shapes public and community relationships and expectations with the police. And we'll also be looking at how those symbols and pieces of equipment and uniform have meaning for the police themselves and for retired police and for collectors. And then finally, the later part of the morning, we'll be looking at the issue of police impersonation, the scale of the problem in Canada, and the impacts of this problem on the public trust in police. Based on these core themes, I'll be asking a series of open-ended questions to each of our roundtable members so that we can give everyone an equitable opportunity to share their perspective. We've selected the group with great care so that the commissioners and the public can hear from a variety of perspectives. Each of them have a unique perspective and area of expertise. The first series of questions will help us to understand what policing symbols, including pieces of uniform and equipment, mean to police, retired police, and collectors. The second series of questions will explore the broad cultural significance of these symbols and how depictions of police in popular culture shape public expectations of police. And then our third series of questions this morning will consider the Canadian case law and media reports of police impersonation. We'll discuss how perpetrators tap into the authority and cultural power of policing symbols to achieve criminal ends. We'll also consider the impact that such depictions have, or deceptions have, on the public's trust in police. So, as with every roundtable discussion, the intention is to provide the commissioners and the public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation in phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. So to get us started, I'm going to ask each of our roundtable members to introduce themselves and explain why the topic of police paraphernalia is important to them or how their work is connected to that theme. So I'd like to start with our poor remote participants who my back is to them, so it's even hard to see you guys. Good morning and hello. I know, I just realized that. So Megan Daniel, I'd like to maybe start with you. Could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you?
Yes, good morning, everyone, and good morning, commissioners. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I'm so very grateful for all of your time this morning and for the work you're doing with the commission generally. So my name is Megan Daniel, but please just, if it's all right, call me Meg. I'm a settler lawyer practicing in Ontario, but living in Montreal. I've been in practice for about 12 years now. And in that time, my practice is focused primarily on what others might call social justice. That term lacks a bit of concreteness, so I often say something like state accountability. During my career, which has been in association with Faulkner's LLP, a firm in Toronto, but now in my own practice, I've often focused on the police from the perspective of community members seeking accountability. Most often, those community members are Indigenous persons, and moving beyond simply focusing on the police all the way through to other interactions with the justice system. So I work on systemic reviews, civil litigation, and inquests on those topics. And finally, I have a master's from the University of Victoria on Indigenous legal traditions, focusing on the remote communities in Northern Ontario. And I teach as a sessional instructor at McGill with courses related to those topics.
Thanks so much, Meg. Ian?
Good morning, everyone. I too am honoured to be here and looking forward very much to the discussion this morning. My name is Ian Loader. I'm Professor of Criminology at the University of Oxford and a Professorial Fellow at All Souls College, from where I speak to you this morning. I also have an honorary professorial appointment at the University of Melbourne in Australia. My work over the last 20 odd years or so has focused on several things. I have a kind of interest which speaks to what we're talking about this morning on kind of public sensibilities, I guess, towards questions of crime and social order, and a kind of related interest in the kind of meanings and sources of security and insecurity in people's everyday lives, something I'm working very actively on at the moment. Also have a long-standing interest in the politics of crime control. But my I guess what originally got me into this as a kind of line of work was policing. It was a subject of my first book, and it's though I work on other things. My interest in policing has never entirely gone away. And I think one of the things has always interested me in relation to police is not just its own organisational practices and cultures and modes of accountability in government's important, all those issues are, but a wider series of questions to do with what I choose to call the social meanings of policing. In other words, the ways in which people come to think about and feel about and respond to the broader question of police and policing in any society. For all sorts of reasons, I think those kind of cultural dimensions of policing as a kind of institutional practice are extremely important. I'll say more about that as the morning unfolds.
Thanks, Ian. We're just going to go by first names here, if that's okay with everyone, I think. I'm going to take it now over to Julia Cicchetto.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Julia Cicchetto. I was a police officer for 31 years. I attended the Atlantic Police Academy in 1990 and then went straight to what at that time was Halifax Police. That amalgamated into Halifax Regional Police a few years in, and I served there for 27 years. I was very fortunate to be in a number of positions while I was there. I did everything from ride the police force, work the general investigation section, professional standards, patrol, lots of different places. My favorite posting was actually the training division, where I trained officers in ethics, diversity, workplace harassment, and I ran a cadet class. So spent a year with 20 people who turned into Halifax Regional Police officers. I retired from there in 2017 as an inspector, and I took the role of the chief of police for the town of Temple, and I was there for 4 years. During that time there, I actually became the president of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police. So I represented all chiefs across the province at a lot of events and meetings, I guess. And probably the thing I enjoyed the most about that was that we also created a Nova Scotia Chiefs Intimate Partner Violence Working Group, where we address things that we recognized within our agencies that could improve the lives of victims of intimate partner violence. Also, during my 31 years, I ran a cadet class, so I've given people their first badge. And as the chief of police, I've also taken back all of the equipment as people retire or leave the agency. So I think that gives me a perspective on what that means to people, both being given it and having it taken away from them. And because I also believe that we need to be human, I am, as I say, currently retired. I live with my husband, who is also a retired police officer of 33 years, and I have 2 daughters who are currently in university.
Thanks, Julia. Brian?
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for having me. And my name is Brian Carter. I'm a retired RCMP officer. I served 25 years in the RCMP, all in uniform. I policed rural policing and municipal policing. I'm the past president of the RCMP Veterans Association in Nova Scotia. My expertise in policing was officer survival and how to survive armed encounters. I'm a lifelong learner. I am currently writing my master's thesis for my in police education and the need for police to practice and perform under pressure. My purpose today is to explain to people why the uniform is so important to those who serve. The uniform is not given to us, it's earned through blood, sweat, and tears. We must pass training, which is 6 months. We live together, we eat together, we work together. And that's the first phase of earning the uniform. Not just in the training setting do we earn this, but we also earn it through our everyday wearing of the uniform. I can't count the number of times that I came home with blood on my uniform, usually blood from other people, but sometimes it was mine. That's earning the uniform. My service in Haiti, there were 2 murders a day. In my tour there was 300 people murdered when I was there. That is also part of earning the uniform, being involved in those things. I've witnessed several of those murders and the sudden deaths down there. Historically, uniforms are worn by armed forces in all of the wars, from the Boer War in Canada, for Canadians, from the Boer War right through to the Afghan War. And those who retire from the military get to keep their uniform. They don't wear it, but they keep it because it's a memento of their proud reminder of their service in those conflicts and in their service. The RCMP have been part of every single war that Canada has been involved in throughout our history. We also serve on almost all the missions that the military serve on as well today. The RCMP is also a regiment of the Queen's Dragoons. We also have historically the uniforms worn by the RCMP and by other police agencies is part of our culture. It's also part of who we are. The uniform is a common bond for all who serve our country. Less than 1% of Canadians serve. We swear an oath to protect everyone in Canada and uphold the laws of the country. The oath is for life. It does not expire when we retire. We can be called back into service at any time and pass on a sense of pride that we have to our children from our service. The uniform is how we do this. It's how the military has always done this. It's how police do this. The uniform is part of us. It's not like putting on a suit today, or many of you, how you're dressed today. It's not like that at all. It is part of who we are. Policing is one of the only professions in the world where you put on a uniform, walk out the door to go to work, and you know that it might be the last day on earth for you. There's no other profession like that. One of the things that I understand is it's difficult for people who have not served to understand the importance of the uniform. But today I beg you to at least try. There are some other phrases, there's phrases that we use that when we have served, And there's to help you understand. So I'll give you some examples of the phrases that we talk about as veterans. One is, I volunteered, I served, I sacrificed, no regrets, I'm a proud veteran. Another is, never forget who we are. Another is, duty, honor, country. Another is IGY 6. That's IGY 6, and it stands for I've got your back. And then there's humorous ones as well that connect us, and one of them is this. That's a terrible idea. When do we leave? These are all tied to the uniform and to our service and how we've earned it. Police interpreters are rare, but cause immense damage to the trust in policing. We understand that. The majority of cases are plainclothes and unmarked cars, rarely involve violence. And if there's recommendations to come from all of this with respect to uniforms that the police wear, we must always remind ourselves that you have to have a solid goal that's achievable and measurable. You must have a clear outcome identified. It must be evidence-based, must know who it is targeting and be sure it absolutely achieves the outcome desired, must not be a knee-jerk reaction. If a goal is to ensure police impersonation never happens again, that is not achievable. Therefore, it's not a goal. If the outcome is to stop impersonators from dressing like police, but targets retired police officers or ignores the fact that anyone can make a police uniform in 15 minutes, then it is not a properly identified outcome. In lay terms, recommendations must be realistic and make actual change. We served and we want to keep our dress uniforms because we are permitted to wear these uniforms on rare occasions, such as Remembrance Day, regimental balls, regimental dinners, and regimental funerals. Please try to understand the importance of this to veterans. This is a snapshot of why the uniform is such a part of who we are. Every veteran, military or police, has their own stories about earning their uniform.
Thank you, Brian. You gave us a lot to think about there. We'll be unpacking a lot of these ideas as we go this morning. And our last in person is Phil.
Good morning. My name is Phil Bailey, and I retired 5 years ago after completing a 40-year policing career. For the final 10 years, I held inspector and acting superintendent ranks with the Edmonton Police Service. I'm pleased to be back here today because I call Truro my hometown. But today I represent police memorabilia collectors at this roundtable, as I've been one for 45 years. First police insignia collection that I recall seeing was at the Truro Police Station while on a tour with the scouting movement at a very young age. When I attended the Atlantic Police Academy, many years before Julia, in 1977, my collection started with writing letters to various police services to receive patches through the mail, or stopping at different police stations asking for the possibility of adding their patch to my collection. The patches were mounted on frames and used during Police Week displays when I policed in Glasgow, Nova Scotia. When I joined the Edmonton Police Service in 1981, the collection grew and was wall to wall in my basement, thanks to a very patient wife, actually. And in the case of my door knuckles from the 4 different Pictou County police services from the 1980s, they're actually mounted on plexiglass and attached to the ceiling because I ran out of room. Over the years, the collection became focused on Atlantic Canada, and searching out as many different items of police insignia worn from here became a prime goal and resulted in a lot of research, visiting, networking, and even purchasing full collections to get the pieces I was missing. In one case many years ago, I also sourced a re-chromed bumper in Edmonton for an officer who was restoring a classic car in Newfoundland. And in exchange for coordinating the purchase and shipping of that bumper, he gave me a patch that his father had worn as the loan officer in a small Nova Scotia town when he was the police officer there. what a find for the collection, and just an example of what we go through to try to add these pieces to our collectors, the serious collectors. Eventually, the collection was placed on the web, so as many people as possible could view it and see the history behind the patches, badges, and other insignia displayed in the over 4,300 Atlantic law enforcement insignia images displayed there. Since the 1980s, I've hosted many police insignia swap meets in Alberta, and even one in Spain during an International Police Association meeting. For 12 years, I had the privilege of sitting on a 5-member International Cultural Commission for the IPA and represented the 400,000 plus members in over 60 countries. The exchange of police insignia is an encouraged hobby by the International Police Association. Really builds networking and camaraderie between officers of various countries. Worldwide, there are several police collectors groups, and in Canada, the Canadian Police Insignia Collectors Association, which was established in 1975, has over 400 members. In addition to the displays in my home, I maintain several displays in the Edmonton Police Service headquarters for the enjoyment of staff and members of the public. Even though I retired 5 years ago, I still respond to requests received by the Edmonton Police Service for their patches. It is amazing the networking and long-lasting friendships that have developed during my many years of collecting police insignia. The excitement achieved when a missing patch, badge, lapel pin, or more recently, a challenge coin is located and added to the collection is amazing. Not just the new addition to the collection, but knowing another piece of policing history has been preserved. Providing Canadian police insignia collectors a seat at this round table is very much appreciated, and I thank you for that.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, everybody. One thing I should have said earlier on is just thank you for coming here today. And we're very excited, really, to hear all of you interact with one another because there's such a diversity of perspectives here. So we're going to start off with our first round of questions around the symbolism of policing and what it means for police and retired veterans themselves. So we have heard a little about that already from Phil and Brian. So that's great. I'd like to build on that now. So Brian, I'd like to start with you. What parts of the police kit are important to RCMP veterans and why? What significance do RCMP veterans generally attach to these items? And why might veterans have such a strong attachment to some of these items?
Yeah, the main piece is that as an RCMP veteran, what we would like to keep is certainly the red surge because it symbolizes who we are, and it is a symbol of Canada around the world. I've traveled all over the world, and when you tell people that you remember the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, they know exactly who that is. And I spend time when I do travel meeting with other police from every country that I go in, and I'm able to trade a shoulder flash with them like Phil does and make that connection, and then I learn about their police agents, learn about their culture and what policing's like there. The same as when I served in Haiti. So the red surge is certainly the main piece. The daily uniform, really the only use for me personally, what I would use that for, I would take the shoulder flashes off the jacket because it's a jacket I can work around the yard with. I take them off the shirt and I mow the lawn or paint the house, whatever. Use that for that. The pants with the yellow stripe, no real purpose for them for me. But with respect to the red surge, that's what we are tied to. And that involves, there's several different ways to wear the red surge. So there's the high brown boots and the breeches, the riding gear, and then there's also the what we call banana pants, which are more like a tuxedo pant, and a black boot, an ankle boot that wears with that. It's a dress boot with a spur and the heel. All very traditional of the cavalry and militaries, and hence the yellow stripe. And it has a lot of meaning to us, and it has a lot of history, and we know history, the good and the bad in our history. So, and there were some other parts of the question.
There are, and I was thinking about how you address them in your opening remarks. So it's mainly if you want to elaborate on that, but it's about why the red surge is so meaningful for retired veterans.
Yeah, it's because there's a lot of pride in that, right from when we're in training and learning about it and learning the history about the force, and then the fact that it is a symbol of Canada. There's a great deal of pride in that, and to keep that and honor that. And if you look in any of our veterans' home, we'll have paintings that have mounted police on horses. There's Freeberg is a famous artist that paints RCMP. We have those in our home. We have all kinds of them, and there's symbols that we have, little pewter things that we have that may have the high brown boots with a Stetson on top, and that honors our dead. Things like that. So it's quite military, but at the same time, it's our federal policing agency.
Okay, thank you. Julia, I'd like to turn to you now, particularly from your perspective as a retired chief. And if you could comment on what significance you did see officers attaching to their kit. You also alluded to that in your intro. And as well, if you don't mind, maybe share a little bit about what significance you attach to to any policing objects now that you're retired.
Sorry. So I don't. I'm very different than Brian. I do not have pictures around my home of policing. I do have the Norman Rockwell picture of the officer with the little boy at the do not keep anything. I did get my badges presented to me when I left, and it was all of the badges that I had from my beginning of my career until the end of my career. I do have a retired badge from Halifax. But it is in a drawer and not to be brought out. So I personally do not attach significance to anything. I agree with Brian in that I would like to be able to keep my dress uniform so that I could continue to attend the memorial services that are held in the fall in Halifax for fallen police officers. And heaven forbid there's ever a line of duty death again. I would like to attend that, because policing was who I was. And especially because I'm married to a police officer for 32 years almost, if you count the academy time, it was who we are. It changes you as a person. Because unfortunately we don't go to work every day. And I had a very blessed career. I spent a lot of time in community relations. I was 7 years in administration. Say I rode a police horse. I had a pretty good career. But you still see things every day that other people don't, that form the bond with your other officers. So it is almost like a family. And so the significance, I think, of being able to maintain contact with that family, which is interesting because there's almost a decompression. I only retired in October. And for the first few months, you are very much decompressing from, that family around you every day. What you also realize is they were your coworkers, and you come out of there with a handful of friends. So there's a whole process to retiring that I think I'm almost through. Because I had different roles, my husband struggled with that a lot more than I did, because he was very much one of the guys. And when he left, he was no longer one of the guys. He no longer knew everything. So there's that piece of leaving. So the pieces of the equipment that matter, the only one I wanted when I left was my badge or badges. I think the significance is, and municipal police, I think, do it different than RCMP, because I think even in your process of going through depot, you get a piece of equipment as you go along. In municipal police, you are given the uniform, and then the badge is presented to. So our cadets wore the uniform along the process, and then when they completed the training, they were given a badge. So it's a symbol of you've made it. You are now a police officer, one of the family. When they retire and they have to give you everything back, they recognize they're leaving the family. And I think most agencies take great care to still include their veterans. You don't know everything anymore. You don't know what happened on that crime. You're not allowed to know anymore. So you are all of a sudden, you were in the know for 31 years and now you don't know. And they're not allowed to tell you, and your friends have changed, and there's all kinds. So sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. Is there a piece of that that I've missed?
No, I think that's great.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So Phil, you can also bring us the perspective of being a veteran and what personal significance you may attach to any objects that you used in your career or that come to symbolize police. That's one aspect of what I hope you'll share with us. The other piece is the collecting bit, and I've got a series of questions about that. So maybe we'll start with hearing a little bit about any connection you have as a retired police officer.
Julia brought back some memories because I went through the academy a little earlier than her. So we started off in overalls with our white strip across our chest with our surname on it. And then you worked up into a blues uniform with no stripes, a hat with no badge. And when the drill inspector figured you'd had enough perspiration that fit your head, eventually you got your uniform and worked up that way. I actually kept my New Glasgow police tunic. Desire of mine, if I ever came close to fitting that again, it would be a miracle. But I actually have that on a mannequin as part of my my display. Municipal police officers, they earn the uniform. We separate, at least in Edmonton, what can be kept when you retire. So we separate very clearly if you resign from the police service before completing your minimum 25 years that qualifies you for retirement, everything you have goes back to the quartermaster materials management. That every shirt you were issued, pair of pants, badge, you name it, goes back. However, once you've hit your 25 years or plus and retire from the police service, you're permitted to retain your badge. So in my pocket today, I have the exact badge that I wore when I was an inspector with the Edmonton Police Service. The only difference is when the chief presented it back to me at my retirement due, the rocker bar on the bottom that said inspector became a rocker bar that said retired from that. The badge is a significant thing for a police officer. I just want to read you just a couple very short excerpts from the speech that the training branch inspector provides to recruits, because recruits do not get issued their identification badge until they have passed the block one, the training. And it says, to many of us, it is a symbol of honor and pride. This badge, our badge, also carries the history of those brothers and sisters who served before you, those who, like you, chose to take on the life of a police officer. From the moment you first decided you wanted to pursue this path, you have chosen to take on the responsibility of honoring the badge through your dedication, determination, and pride. This badge represents the final goal of, at times, arduous training, and you have earned it through your blood, sweat, and tears. Remember this day, cherish this day, as you are the select few who have taken it upon yourselves to go along with the sacrifices a police officer takes. This badge should be an inspiration for you to go out and work hard to protect and serve your community every day. It should inspire you to be the best police officer you can be and conduct yourself with professionalism, respect, and care. So when we retire, it is an honor for us to be presented back our badge and just simply a rocker bar. We get a different ID card. So it's retired ID card versus the police ID card. And we get to retain, similar to the RCMP, our dress uniform. When have I worn my dress uniform since I retired? I've worn it at color parties. I've also take great pride when I can attend the police officer memorial service each year and put that uniform back on to show respect for the officers who passed going forward. A lot of police collectors aren't really into uniforms as much. They're hard to display, they're hard to store. Police hats, I probably have 100 different police hats in my collection. Quite honestly, they were a lot easier to display when I was on the job and had more area in my offices and headquarters. But they're all displayed. They're on my website for people to see. But again, it's the pride in the uniform. Some of the badges that have been provided to me by families, it's because they wanted the symbol of what their family went through to be recognized. And on my website, I've actually put honor to the people that have worn those badges. One last little story. There was a widow. Her husband was a police officer in a small town, Nova Scotia, for years. That was what he was, what the family was. And she had, to the end, his forage cap, his police hat with his badge. And that was in a place of honor in the family living room, so that when anytime any friends or family came over, they remembered the service that her husband provided to the citizens. So to take that away from somebody like that, I think is contrary to really what we all want to do for goodness of caring for people. That give you a bit of an idea?
Definitely. And then if you could turn to the collector perspective in particular, first of all, it's an area that I don't know much about. I've learned now in talking to you and others. But if you could just tell us a little bit about how the process of collecting works and how it's changed over the years since you've been collecting, which I think you've been collecting for quite a while.
Yeah, it has taken quite a change. And that's part of the reason that I host police insignia swap meets annually. It's to get people back face to face. When I started collecting, as I talked about earlier, you would either meet an officer. While in the Atlantic Police Academy, there were in-service training officers that would come and they'd have patches from their different uniforms. So as soon as I saw one I was missing, they'd get tapped up and they'd send me one or take one off their shirt. You go sort of door to door to police services, bringing one of yours, asking for one of theirs to go, or through the mail. You'd send out a feeler for a collector and then you wait 3-4 weeks. Then you get a letter back and it would go back and forth like that. Where it has really changed in the last several years is the online trading. So you've got outfits like eBay that have 160,000 police items, give or take a couple, listed right now. Probably about 3,000 to 4,000 of those are Canadian police items if you were to narrow it down with a search word Canada. So what that's done is taken some of the camaraderie away from the collectors because they're not dealing directly with another collector or a person that's managed to locate, let's say, a patch, but managed to get a second patch. So then they trade that one for one that they're missing. And it's really the networking that's not there as much anymore going. There are several Facebook pages out there for collectors, very dedicated, hundreds of people on them. To be upfront, I'm not one of them. I don't participate in the Facebook collectors pages or anything like that. So that has been a real shift. Almost you're not looking the person you're trading with in the eye and getting to know them a little bit when you go from that. But again, the interest in collecting out there is very, very strong. The big thing we see coming out now, which definitely could not be used as for personation, are the challenge coins that are being produced by the various police services and the units within police services, and then traded, bartered back and forth from there.
For someone like me who knows nothing, what is a challenge coin and why is it called that?
Okay. If you excuse me, it's probably easier to show Krista what a challenge coin is. So challenge coins go back to the military days, where somebody may be captured. You didn't know who they were out of uniform, and the option was that you challenged that person, and if the person could produce the challenge coin of their regiment, it assisted in the identification. It's really become a symbol of camaraderie. In Edmonton, when we had our first challenge coin, a senior officer, inspector or higher, actually physically presented each officer with one of the challenge coins as a symbol of honor and respect from there. This one, you probably can't see it here. I'll light it up here for the break. This is the Edmonton Police Veterans Association challenge coin. And then this one is the current Edmonton Police challenge coin. There's so many of them out that I've actually focused my collection down to only Atlantic Canada Law Enforcement Agency challenge coins and the City of Edmonton. And I've got probably a couple hundred that are out there now. So it goes through phases, shoulder patches and then lapel pins, tie tacks. I gave away more tie tacks to children when I was on the street policing. I used to carry a pocket of spare ones because there's the pleasure you get from pinning, a replica of your badge to a child in a situation is amazing, and the impact that has on that person going forward. Shoulder patches as well. People write the Edmonton Police Service. And I use Edmonton as an example simply because that's the one I know and do, and ask for a patch from the service for their collection. When I review that, for example, it's a Girl Guide group out in New York, which was fairly recent, wrote a nice thank you letter. I have old style patches, like our previous style patches that I'll give to somebody like that. If somebody comes in and they're a police officer or a bona fide collector, then one of our current patches will go out. Challenge coins I usually don't deal with one big exception here not too long ago. And that was a lady that wrote, this brought tears to my eyes, still does, because her brother, police officer, had been shot in the line of duty. He survived, but he went through hell to survive. And what she was doing was reaching out to different police departments to put together a challenge coin collection. So when he got out of hospital, he could see how fellow officers honored him. And so naturally, one of these coins was in that collection when it was presented to him. So.
Thank you, Phil.
So I would agree with Phil. So when I was chief in Kentville, I would receive requests weekly, at least letters, phone calls asking for our flash, especially since Kentville changed its flash midway through my time there. There's a great deal of work to that, to determining if it is a legitimate collector. I actually met Phil for the first time. He reached out for a flash through email. So then it's a matter of determining who that person is. They come from all around the world, so you can't always determine who they were. So I didn't always send a flash to everybody. Another group that requests flashes often if there's a sick child somewhere with especially a terminal illness. There'll be he really likes the police. Could we have flashes sent to him? And so that's pretty hard to not, want to support a sick child. But you tweak something when you said about giving lapel pins to children. And one of the things I saw in my last year actually in Kentville was we went to special events and there was a walk through Kentville for the LGBT community. And we went and we had, because actually that stuff gets very expensive. We were a small force with a small budget. We had stickers of police badges and we handed them out. And the next day we got a complaint from people who felt that we had no right to give their child a piece of police equipment or, whatever, because they as a family did not support necessarily the police or want their child representing the police. So it's a different time as well. And so, we now have to be very aware of people's, own views and feelings about the police when we do that kind of thing. So again, it's changing.
I just want to say, Phil, I really appreciate your passion and sharing it with us. It really helps us to understand these perspectives that aren't part of our everyday lives. And then Julia, for you to expand on sort of looking at how the times are changing and how things are and will continue to adjust within that. is a really important piece that we'll be talking about more this morning, especially when we call on Meg and Ian, who are coming. But before I do call on Meg and Ian, I just want to ask one more question to Phil, and then we'll sort of close this round of conversation. So Phil, you very passionately shown us the police / retired police perspective on why we collect, why you collect. What can you tell us, if anything, about non-police who are part of the collector community that you know?
Thank you very much. I'd just like to read a couple excerpts because I'm not a civilian collector. I was first sworn as a law enforcement officer when I was 19, actually with the Nova Scotia Department of Lands and Forests, and then went into the police academy. So I don't have a civilian perspective, but I reached out to collectors across Canada just to help me provide some of that. And one gentleman, he says, my interest in police insignia history uniform started when I was a kid. I came from a very typical dysfunctional family setting. I hope they're not all typical. The police attended our house on a number of occasions for domestic calls for service, and their actions and uniforms left a distinct improvement on me. Wanted to be a cop just like them. Didn't get there till later in life, but that's another story. One gentleman that wrote very articulate, that's a civilian, he said, I began collecting police patches when I was 13 years old. I saw a police collection display at the Canadian National Exhibition in Toronto in the Arts and Crafts building that was brought there by the International Police Association. I was fascinated by the designs from all over Canada and the United States. With some help from an OPP officer, I started a collection and began to write to police departments across the country. I was interested in a police career at the time. When vacationing in Canada and the United States with my family, I would stop at police stations and trade patches. I began learning about the history of different cities as the designs on the patches encouraged me to find out about the illustrations and coat of arms on the insignia and the significance of those locations. When I was 16 years old, I sent a letter to my local police department requesting a letter of recommendation from them to assist me in collecting police patches from various departments. A police officer subsequently visited my house and asked to speak to me about my collecting endeavors. I happily shared my experiences and invited the officer to see my display board of patches I had collected. Several weeks later, I received a beautifully worded recommendation from the superintendent of the police division of my city supporting my collecting efforts. This, no doubt, was a result of the officer who visited me communicating to the superintendent my passion and enjoyment for collecting and that I had police patches displayed in an organized and honorable manner. I decided to pursue a teaching career instead of policing. But I continued in the hobby of collecting with great enjoyment over the years. As I traveled, I met police officers and civilian collectors in various provinces and states and even overseas. My favorite patches in my collection have a story behind them, how I obtained them in person from an officer or sometimes the chief of a small town. Some of these people I maintained contact with over the years. In my career as a teacher, I also occasionally took my collection to school and used it as a teaching tool to talk about the work of the police as well as different levels of government. After my career as a teacher and principal, I am now retired. I've been collecting patches for about 43 years and still enjoy the hobby. The social aspects of collecting, as well as the preservation of different styles of patches from Canadian police agencies over time, many of which are now defunct, have all created significant enjoyment for me. I even gained satisfaction out of the different materials and manufacturing processes that were used and how the structure, fabrics, and stitching the patches has evolved over the years. I've always respectfully organized and displayed the patches I collect in frames and in binders. The collectors I've interacted with, police or civilian, without exception, treat their police collections with the utmost dignity and respect.
Thank you very much, especially for canvassing the non-police collectors community and bringing that to us. Before we move on, I just wanted to, sure, Brian, and then Commissioner Finch.
Yeah, just one quick comment. A lot of this is about symbolism of policing and so on. And in the RCMP, because of the Red Surge, it being a symbol of Canada and recognized worldwide, yesterday a couple of cruise ships came into the city And many of those people getting off the ships would have gone into shops downtown and seen Mountie type items that represent Canada as a symbol, and they buy these items and take them home. If you go to Banff, for example, and you go in the shops there, you'll find moose or bears with red surges on them and things like that. The RCMP veterans in this province, we purchased a whole lot of stuffed moose with red surges to give to the members, as many other police agencies do, to hand out to children who have been abused, maybe witnessed intimate partner violence, things like that. And we can give them to the children just to help them out, help them get through it. And it opens the door for us to calm them down and help them cope with it. So there is symbolism behind it for sure. And so that's part of what's in us as well, is that the symbol that it is for so many people around the world and for Canadians. So that's it.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Krista. And I think we agreed on first name basis at the roundtable today is okay. And I don't want to preempt Megan and Ian because we haven't heard from you yet. So I'll try and keep my questions to a minimum, but I would like to get some feedback from our roundtable members. And certainly want to acknowledge that collectors such as yourself, Phil, may be motivated for different reasons than perhaps somebody who is collecting for ill intent. And so there's a distinction, an important distinction to be made there. And Brian, a good segue, talking about the symbolism, and Julia, your comments on how the symbolism can be interpreted differently by different people. And I'm sure, Megan, you'll be speaking to that. And I do want to say I do have a challenge coin collection of my own. In saying that, collecting items that can't be used to present yourself as a active police member is different than items that symbolize a police agency or a police service. They're very different. Different things have different purposes. I don't think if I go out with my challenge coin, for example, or one of our stuffed animals, that people are going to interpret that I'm still an active police officer. So I think those are very, very important distinctions to make. And I think, gentlemen and Julie, that you would agree that not all members treat their kit with the same amount of care. It's not, although there's a responsibility to take care of taxpayers bought uniforms and paraphernalia, it is actually the property of your service that you are acting on behalf of, and you are actually engaged in your duties in taxpayer, town bought, or municipal bought, or country bought uniforms. And so when we retire, we turn all of those items back in, and they are not ours to keep. So I do have a couple of questions to ask, and I'll throw it out there for discussion. Phil, you had mentioned that you get to keep your badge, and I know that's something that we do have the opportunity to keep, which is nice. I know some agencies, actually, I think the RCMP will encase them in plastic so they can't be reused. What is the purpose of a retired member keeping on their person a badge if you aren't in active duty anymore?
Yeah, I have we can purchase a retired RCMP badge, and it doesn't have any RCMP, it doesn't say police on it. It has the RCMP veterans logo on it, not the RCMP logo. And it says retired, very clear message on it. And we also have the retirement ID. As Phil pointed out, it's different than your working ID. It's a different color. And it's because we can be called back into service. We have that ID. The the purpose of that is I've only used mine. Never ever, we know the law. We'd never use it to identify as a police officer. We're not. We're retired. We're just like you. So it's never for that. We understand that. And what I've used mine for, and it's not seeking to use it. It just, these things fell in front of me. I've used it at 4 car accidents, 4 car crashes where I was first on the scene, and I'm able to identify as a retired member to the injured, to the other people there, and I can coordinate the accident scene and do the same as I did when I was working, so that when the first responders arrive, whether it's paramedics, fire, or police, they know that it's organized, it's safe, it's structured. I put people to direct traffic, do all of those things. And by identifying that myself in that manner, when the other first responders arrive, they understand that there is somebody here, and I can give them the evidence that I have, that I've seen, and so on. So it's helpful that way. 2 other occasions where I was driving by and officers were needing assistance on the side of the road. And so I stopped, and most of the time I just acted as the cover officer, which is the person who observes and keeps other people away. But I identified as a retired RCMP officer, because those officers fighting with individuals have no idea who I am. I could have been somebody coming to help those bad guys versus helping them. But now they feel much safer because they have somebody else there that is there for them. And the other time was I caught a purse snatcher in Halifax, and I just Johnny on the spot, and happened, and the person got away. I got a description from the lady who lost her purse, and lo and behold, 10 minutes later, I see the guy by her description, and I just approach him and talk to him, and he asks me, he says, "Are you a cop?" And I pull out my retirement badge and ID, and I say, "No, I'm a retired police officer." And then he just did everything I said, and then called 911. The responding officers to that, I also identified myself so that they wouldn't mistake me for him, and so on. So it's still a public service. It's free of charge, and it's rare, but it is there occasionally for that. And Vancouver City Police, the chief actually was asked a question recently about calling his members back to duty as retired members. Does he ever do that? And he says, "I don't have to." He says they're out there on a daily basis now, the retired members, because they, like Phil, get to keep their old badge with a banner on it that says retired. So hopefully that helps.
So I am the opposite again of Brian. I don't think we should have retired ID cards. We no longer have any authority. Oftentimes, I mean, I've only been out 6 months, so I might be somewhat current, but once you've been gone a few years, things change, and things change rapidly in policing. So you may not necessarily know, what the current laws are, what especially provincial legislations, because they change quickly. So there's also a great risk to you identifying yourself, because we all know that not everybody likes the police. So you are identifying yourself as retired or not. As a police officer, and you put yourself at risk. When we're active officers, we have the tools to protect ourselves and the public around us. When we are retired, we are not. We are just people. I also think that a retired badge or a retired ID, whether it says retired on it or not, the public does not see that. They see a shiny badge. They don't bother to read it. They don't know what agency. They don't know if you're active. They don't. And so the public assumes that you are active. So I don't think we should have it or be able to use it. And over the last year, for sure, in Nova Scotia, all retired badges are encased in a very large chunk of plastic. So they are not able to be used. So I think that's all I have on that.
Okay, I'm eager to move on to our next area, just so that our individuals who are out of province can jump into the conversation now. We'd like to broaden out this discussion to talk about the significance of these symbols for the communities of the police, the communities that are served by police. So Ian, I'd like to start with you. We included one of your articles in our package of materials, and in it you say that the police have not only coercive power, but also symbolic power. Can you tell us what you mean?
Yeah, I can certainly try. If you, it may take a few minutes if you bear with me. So here's the thing. So there's a common way in which we think about police as a kind of rule-bound, accountable state or public bureaucracy, as kind of sets of organisations with visions, with strategies, with priorities, with budgets, just like other large organisations. And as police institutions, they have a range of powers. That they have, police, they can coerce us, they can stop and search us, they can detain us, they can surveil us, they can enter or seize our property. They have at their disposal various forms of technology, cars, phones, radios, computers, drones, and the like. And in liberal democracies, we subject that institutional power to various kinds of constraint. We try to govern it by law. We put in place various kinds of human rights protections. We subject it to various kinds of oversight and redress. In other words, we think of police institutions as institutions that are made, and we think of them in the realm of, as it were, of social action. I think the point I was trying to make in that paper and in many other things I've written since is that police institutions aren't just made, they're also imagined. And that when we think about policing, we don't just need to think about policing as a form of social action, but also think of it as an activity that is imbued with different kinds of social meaning. So what I'm trying to encourage us to do is to think about policing as a cultural institution which exists as the society for the production of meaning and indeed various kinds of social myths. In other words, that policing is an institution through which or onto which people project all kinds of hopes and aspirations, all kinds of fears and fantasies about the social world, and that policing becomes a site of often quite emotionally charged identification. We've seen illustrations of this in the conversation we've started to have, and among some sections of the population, repulsion, which is tied up in people's minds and imaginations in all kinds of ways with questions to do with order and chaos, with security and vulnerability, with honour and dishonour, with belonging and exclusion. In other words, we should think about policing as something that is both produces and is produced by a wider set of beliefs, commitments and attachments, affiliations that people have with respect to the social world. So when I think about policing, I always think about policing as simultaneously involving two things. That we should think about policing as a set of institutions and institutional practices, and that we should also think about what I sometimes call the police force of the imagination that people carry around through their lives and in their minds. And that police force of the imagination matters because it's often the police force of the imagination that people mobilise when they're trying to make sense of or judge or evaluate the performance of real police officers and actually existing police institutions. And I think for all those reasons, it pays us to attend carefully and closely to the kinds of social meanings that are produced around policing, to their content, and the kinds of effects they have, not only on actual policing practice, but on the wider social world. Which is why I think that the study of policing should involve not just the study of what's come to be called police culture, in the sense that Bethan Loftus describes in the report, which is part of our background papers, but actually to think more widely about what I've in various places have called policing cultures. In other words, to think about the ways in which the idea and practices of policing is kind of situated and circulates within any given society and among particular groups within that given society. So I think the question then becomes how might you go about doing this? Now, one obvious way to do so is to pay some close attention to the appeal and content and effects of the way in which policing gets represented through drama, through detective fiction, through crime, through cop shows on television, and the like. And there's now a large literature on why people read and watch such things and what they take from them, on the ways in which that such drama often has a habit of depicting successful policing as a kind of heroic lone wolf who's not hidebound by the rules and bureaucratic procedures that keep everyone else in place. We can also pay close attention to the way in which the police get represented in news media, both in kind of old forms of news media, and increasingly in the world of Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and the like, the ways in which other kinds of media get produced, in which policing gets represented, talked about, discussed, and the like. So that's one way we could go. It seems to me that when we think about this question, it's important to kind of not treat kind of policing as activity and policing as symbolism as somehow separate spheres, because I think in all kinds of important ways they blur. They blur in the following ways. That in a sense, it seems to me that all police action produces meaning, by which I mean that policing among other things is a kind of communicative institution, that every single police act, every arrest, every non-arrest, every joke, every remark, every response to service, all of it, from the small to the micro to the macro, every single police action sends an authoritative message to the person who either receives it or is its audience about where they or others fit into existing social hierarchies, about where they belong, how they belong, whether they belong, and so on and so forth. In other words, that policing is constantly communicating or teaching lessons and mediating people's sense of belonging in any particular given society. So it's not that there's a world of action and a world of police symbols. It seems to me that all police activity has a symbolic dimension, which we need to pay careful attention to. But it also seems to me that the opposite of that is true, which are the police symbols, the things that we've been talking about thus far in the conversation. They also don't just exist in a world of symbols, they also have practical and material effects. So that we should pay close attention to the attachment that people have to uniforms, to badges, to handcuffs, to memoirs, to cars, to sirens, to riot shields. We should pay close attention to the ways in which I could go and get my own small collection, which is in the room next door, to the ways in which the police become buyable or purchasable in various kinds of tourist knickknacks. If you go to any London gift shop, you'll find all kinds of items of that kind. And to think about the kinds of meanings of police that those kinds of icons and those kinds of symbols place into circulation, and to think about the ways in which they place and contribute to the ways in which police start to seem obvious and natural and taken for granted when we think about the kinds of things and processes and institutions that contribute to public safety and social order. Now, in this respect, it strikes me that my country and yours have something in common, by which I mean England and Canada, which they are societies in which the police and policing have become closely and intimately tied to the production of certain kinds of national identity through the form of the Mounties in Canada, through the form of the Bobby in England. That has always struck me as interesting, but I also think it kind of raises a kind of puzzling and possibly troubling question that we might want to think about. And the question is this: that can societies which venerate their police officers in these ways, rather than say their doctors or their teachers or their social workers or their care workers, can a society that venerates or is preoccupied or even obsessed by police in these ways find itself able to have a sober conversation about what the police can and cannot contribute to public safety and social order?
I'm just writing that, Ian. Thank you. There's a lot there, and you're setting the stage for many of our questions to come. So I'm going to resist the temptation to follow up with you this moment, knowing that I'm going to hear more from you later. Meg, I'd like to turn to you now. similar question. The symbolic power of policing, how does that shape how police interact with communities, with their relationships with communities, and how they serve those communities? Serve as,
Yeah, so when I think of this question, and the others before me have talked about sort of the cultural significance in the various depictions that we have of police in art and then into our imaginations. What I picture actually is the art of Kent Monkman here in Canada, who often uses the uniform of the RCMP in his paintings like The Prophecy or The Storm or Unceded Territory. And these images are to not celebrate Canadian pride, but rather to reference genocide and other atrocities that have been perpetrated by Canada on Indigenous peoples. And so, I mean, as the RCMP would put it, the history between the RCMP and Indigenous peoples in Canada is difficult. And for Indigenous peoples, it's not a question of history. If I were to ask an elder in Thunder Bay right now, what do you think of the RCMP? He would reference their purpose, that they were created to assert sovereignty over Indigenous people and their lands. That's what he thinks of the RCMP in this moment, not as a historical question. Beyond that sort of general purpose, there are specific acts that stand out, and I'm not going to rehearse them, but to my mind, the most important would be that the Indian Act legally appointed RCMP officers as truant officers to enforce attendance and return children to residential schools. So talking about the RCMP and focusing on them in their particular role vis-a-vis Indigenous people in Canadian history, I want to also talk about racism in other forces as well, which looms large in the consciousness of Indigenous people. I mean, if you consider, for example, previous to coming to Montreal, I was living in Thunder Bay. And so if you look at the recent systemic reviews in relation to the Thunder Bay Police Service and the Thunder Bay Police Service Board, you find findings of racism as against Indigenous people. And so for Indigenous people in Canada, RCMP and other police aren't a symbol of perhaps comfort at the order of society as it might be for a white upper middle class family that would think of the police and feel that comfort and order or protection from a criminal element or a symbol of Canadian pride, all of those things. But for Indigenous people, it's a symbol of genocide and over-incarceration, or a symbol of that foreign and imposed justice system, those elements of colonialism that are yet ongoing. And I want to say too that my perspective is really informed by this past decade of my sort of professional relationships, but I should admit too that these are also personal relationships, because I heard the others speak from the position of family when they talked about their fellow officers as family. I was reminded in a shocking way that the perspective I take is greatly influenced by my friends and family. My husband and my sons are First Nations from Treaty 3. So this is part of the conversations that we have attempting to explain colonialism to our 4-year-old, or why are those orange t-shirts hanging in the gas station at Couchiching? So trying to explain residential schools, we can't escape those conversations. And so while I have a 4-year-old who also is in love with the police and loves to play at putting people in jail, eventually, as he grows older and is more able to handle those hard conversations, we have to talk about the history of the police in relation to that side of his family that went to residential school. And so this will be part of his imagination too. It's not something we can leave behind. So I focused on Indigenous people because, you know, that is my life here. But I'm also thinking of the cultural representations of police in art. In particular, what I listen to often when I'm trying to get pumped up to go to court and have some difficult conversation about police is music. And that music that now for decades has spoken to the underlying reasons for Black Lives Matter and related movements of abolishment, which invokes the role of policing in slavery in the United States. And again, like I say, this isn't history, it's ongoing, and it plays out in a real way in the relationship between police and those Black, Indigenous, and people of color when we're talking about racism in incarceration currently. And I just wanted to share I was yet again shocked, a very concrete example, because I can feel that I understand that perspective and how deeply it's held, and then be surprised yet again, because I had a friend, I went to law school in Manitoba, a friend that I met there, who was pulled over. The police gave her a ticket for operating a cell phone while driving. And she claimed to me that she had not done it, and I believed her. And she wanted to go to court and refute that and fight that ticket. The night prior, however, she was hospitalized for anxiety because, as she told me about it, what she was worried about in particular was that in order to fight the ticket, she was going to have to contradict what the law enforcement officer had to say. And she was really focused on the question of whether or not he would wear his uniform to court. Was she going to have to look at an officer and say that what he said isn't true and what I say is true? And that was overwhelming to her. And that severe anxiety is born out of her experience at residential schools. She was an attendee, and there was an RCMP officer who played a role in her attendance. And all of this together made it a serious consideration to her that though she swore up and down that she has a holder and her cell phone was in it, she was going to accept the ticket rather than confront her fear of contradicting a uniformed officer in court. That was overwhelming to her, and I was surprised by it. Again and again and again, I get shocked out of my own perspective and my own privilege to say, this is very, very traumatic. And so in short, I don't want to sound like I'm overstating, but I feel like these symbols are in fact terrorizing to some, as much as they are celebrated by others. And so I find myself on the other side of the discussion where I hear the pride, and I don't want to say you shouldn't feel pride at the service that you've provided, but to also recognize that for others, those symbols are so frightening as to still them into inaction in the face of what they feel is an injustice. And so what I want to end on is to note that when I say that these symbols are terrorizing, that means that there's not just a difference in the feelings of some sellers and some members of the Indigenous community, but in fact, they are opposite feelings. That's what strikes me from this, that a symbol of policing doesn't invoke a feeling of safety from vulnerability to some criminal element, but in fact invokes the opposite, which is vulnerability. And I think that that's something that we have to sort of take very seriously in considering access to these symbols and images and how they may make Indigenous and Black and people of color feel when confronted with them.
Meg, thank you very much. I really appreciate the story, especially. It really helps bring to light another perspective on what police uniform can bring for people. I think I'd like to ask a follow-up question maybe to Julia on this. I'm just thinking back to the stickers on the badge stickers at the parade, and how times are changing, and how we're entering a time when maybe we're starting to reconcile these really starkly different images or meanings of these symbols for people, and taking it into account. So acknowledging that it means safety for some, it means family for some, for others it means vulnerability and fear. How do we as police, and I know you're retired, but I think you've probably grappled with this a bit. As police, what's the action? How do you work with communities, knowing that there are these different meanings that the symbolism of policing may be ascribed to you?
Well, I think that's exactly what we need to do, which is work with communities that have historically been I won't say persecuted, but been victims of a justice system, which is more than police, but police are the front end of it. So we work with those communities and try to understand. We continue to try to recruit, which is a very difficult thing. And the other thing is, training. I mean, in all honesty, officers need to be trained, because it's great that I attended a meeting as the chief of an agency to meet with those groups and understand their point of view. But if it doesn't get down to the officer who's in the car, who's responding to their scene, then there's no value in that. So I think, heads of agency need to be aware of it, put the right people at the table to have those conversations, not someone with, a great deal of their own bias. So make sure the right person is there, and then make sure that message gets down to the people who are actually, as I say, responding to the call. And I think, really that's the way forward. And it is going to be a long way forward, because policing is very deeply entrenched, as Ian has said, it's very institutional, and this is what we do, and this is how we do it. And it's a big change to start, moving that to a different way. And restorative justice has been a big piece of that. When restorative justice first started getting thrown around, police officers were like, this is a waste of our time, and why are we doing this? And this serves no purpose, and it's a get out of jail free, but yet officers are now coming to recognize the value in that, and not criminalizing somebody for, something that was a mistake of their youth, or, a mistake of perhaps overindulging in something. So it's a long, slow process that involves training, and involves the right people at the table, and having open conversations, and actually hearing what those communities have to say and how it makes them feel.
Thank you. Ian, if you don't mind, we've got a lot of ideas floating around here. What do you pick up on in all of this?
Two things occur to me. One is an immediate response to what Meg just said. One is to, if I can, to scroll back to the conversation that we're having about collecting, and maybe try and join up some of the dots. I too was very powerfully struck by the story you told, Meg, about your friend. And I'm in no position from this distance on that little information to diagnose the sources of the anxiety. But my immediate sense of what was going on in the story you told is the anxiety that your friend experienced wasn't just a product of a kind of record of historical experience, but was actually about the discordance between what we're taught the police authority should mean and an actual experience of that authority. So the anxiety about having to challenge the uniform, when the uniform is meant to stand for something which is about impartiality, independence, honor, representing some conception of the public good and one's own experience. It's that discordance between the meaning of the symbol and its representation in her, its appearance in her life, that seemed to me to be the thing that generated the anxiety you described. But I just leave that hanging. I wanted to kind of, I was thinking a lot about the in different ways, very moving stories that were told about the honour that people who've served in the police for many, many years feel about various of the police symbols. And about this question about why policing is such a kind of symbolically loaded activity. And there's clearly different kinds of things. So I'm an academic, so I'll do that boring thing that academics do, which is come up with categories. So please bear with me. So at one level, there's different kinds of things going on which you might place in a continuum. There's officers who just want, out of a sense of kind of pride in their own career, to keep hold of certain symbolic or iconic aspects of that career, the uniform, the badge, or whatever. There's people who want to. There's police and ex-police officers who want to engage in a more extensive form of collecting, and there's people who are not police officers who just like collecting. And when everyone was speaking, I was trying to figure out how you situate both the kind of attachment to police symbols and the kind of wanting to kind of hold them and collect them and assemble them and display them and so on and so forth. And how we might think about it in relation to other things. And so here's what was going through my head. So one possibility seems like it's just like other forms of collecting. People collect stamps, soccer player stickers, cups and saucers, and so on and so forth. So we think about it as just like that, and that doesn't seem to me to be right for all kinds of reasons that we could go into. On the opposite end of the scale, you could think about it as a very police-specific thing. It's just about the uniqueness of policing that generates this particular attachment to various kinds of icons and symbols that people want to kind of collect and keep hold of. And that doesn't seem right, because you can think of two other kinds of comparisons. The other is, one comparison is the kind of family resemblance that exists between the police and the military. So the importance of the kind of uniform here seems to me to be salient, as does various kinds of other kind of associations, hierarchical organizations, being specialists in violence of various kinds of forms. So that's one kind of possibility, that we put it in that kind of police military camp. Then I wondered whether actually another kind of a comparison or resemblance might be in play here, which is that maybe the attachment to the symbols and icons of the job is common among those professions who do what the sociologist Everett Hughes once called society's dirty work. And what he meant by dirty work was work that was kind of difficult. It was kind of morally troubling, often used deploying kind of problematic means to achieve virtuous ends. And it was work that, as it were, the general public has kind of outsourced to specialist organizations, police, social workers. So they like to know that work is being done, but they don't want to know too much about its detail. And if you speak to police officers, they'll often say that that's how the public kind of treat them. So I wonder whether this kind of the association with kind of symbols and collecting is a kind of feature of people who spend careers doing that kind of dirty work. And I guess the question then becomes in that respect, do you find similar kinds of things among doctors or nurses or teachers or firefighters or lawyers? I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. But if that's not the case, I think I kind of wonder whether it then kind of segues into the other bit that I was trying to say in my introductory remarks, that one has to ask questions about what's going on for good and for ill when a society chooses to venerate its police officers in the way that this kind of symbolically charged aspect of policing suggests that it does, rather than its social workers or its teachers or its care workers or its nurses or so on and so forth. So then, in that sense, there may be something particularly police-related about this kind of, but both about the collecting and about the kind of the general kind of symbolic charge that various kinds of aspects of the police job seem to have. No, differentially, both for the people who do the job and, as Megan was suggesting, for those who are actually on the kind of discriminatory receiving end of it. Sorry, I went on too long.
No, always good. There's lots to think about in there. I'd like to give, I think, Brian the opportunity to jump in on this conversation and give us the RCMP veterans lens on some of these comments.
Sure. I'll go to my research and my thesis, which is very helpful in some of the things. And Megan, I agree with you completely. There are a lot of issues around perceptions of police and where they came from, and they're valid where they come from, and how people view, especially from Indigenous people and other groups. I have a young man who's a friend of mine who has autism, and he's mortified by the militarization of policing. So that image now of policing with the body armor over the shirt and so on is very military. And he won't approach a police officer because of that. And I understand that. And so when we talk about the images that we create, the militarization of policing is a very bad thing. It's not helpful for that image at all. And there's no real reason to put that body armor outside the shirt. It should be under the shirt. But that's my opinion from an officer safety side. But on the other side, it also has a great deal to do with what Megan spoke about. Now, on the other side, when Julia talked about training courses to help get through people, police training from my research and from my experience is flawed, and it needs to be changed. And police training doesn't take into account very often how people learn. And we all learn differently, and you have to use multiple ways to teach and to get your point across. In any training course that an officer goes on, they retain roughly 7% of the information. That's not very much. So in order to get more than 7%, you must practice constantly. So, and you can practice all the things we've talked about, but it needs to be practiced on a daily basis. And another thing in the police training that's missing is dealing with bias. We have known and unknown bias. Sometimes it's an attempt to deal with the known bias, but many people deny they have that bias. And then the other is the unknown bias, which is very difficult to deal with because none of us knows internally about that. We might have suspicion, and others just totally deny it. I'll give you an example for me that deals with my experience as a child growing up in Truro and going to swimming lessons in the Victoria Park swimming pool. I'd ride my bicycle in elementary school to take my lessons, and I pulled into the rack to put it in, and there was a young fella that was bullying me and wanted to take my bicycle. My first experience, because the neighborhood I grew up in Truro did not have visible minorities and did not have any blacks in it, the first experience I had with a black individual was a guy that came over. He'd be a little bit older than us, and he got my bike back for me. I had a positive experience. So my bias, my unknown bias, started off with a positive, but many people have unknown bias, which is a negative around visible minorities and so on. And police officers are no different. You will run into that with police officers for sure. Racism is there, known or unknown, but these are issues that have to be addressed with respect to police training. It has to change, and how they deliver it and how they incorporate practice into that. The image of police and how people perceive police. Yes, we have pride in our uniform for the reasons that I gave, but I also clearly understand that there are groups in society that see it in a very different light, and I clearly understand that and respect that. I'll give you one other example. So individuals, you have to look at police as individuals, which is difficult because we are uniformed, but we are individuals. And there was a case in Mi'kmaq couple that I had to deliver their baby because the blizzard was on and nobody could get to them. They couldn't get out of there. So I was the only person there, and I arrived and I delivered the baby. The father was an alcoholic, known to me, and delivered the baby. As I handed the baby over to him, I told him, I said, today is the day you have to stop drinking. And I never saw him again after that. 19 years later, I was in Red Surge at an event, and he was there along with some other Mi'kmaq individuals, elders that had their full headdress on and things like that. When I didn't recognize him at all, it'd been 19 years. He came over to me, saw me, gave me a great big hug and said, thank you. And I sort of went, and then he explained who he was because I wasn't sure. And he said, thank you. I quit drinking that day. Showed me a picture of his 19-year-old daughter who was then in university. So we do touch people in a positive way, but I would also respect and understand if he, and I'm sure he does from the paintings that you referred to, Megan. I've seen those and understand them. And I would also understand that in many respects, he probably has some bad images of policing, but he has that positive one as well. So
I'm really struck, Brian, by your comment about practice, bringing practice in to daily activities to perhaps acknowledge the variety of things that a symbol can mean to a viewer, a person in community. Meg, I'm just wondering, maybe a wrap-up question before we take a 15-minute break. Can you comment on that? Like what practices might help to broaden or acknowledge communities' perceptions of police?
It's difficult, and I'll say why it's difficult, but then try to offer an answer. The reason is that to the extent that my work and the work that I'm interested in focuses on the revitalization of Indigenous legal traditions, there's a limit to the practices that can be meaningful, in that to the extent that the Canadian state doesn't fulfill its treaty obligations and moves forward under the assumption of sovereignty, police will be engaged to aid in this project, and then we'll come into conflict with Indigenous peoples. Just this week, I'm working on injunctions to remove land defenders from development, and in a context where Canada didn't fulfill its obligations under Section 35. And so the police are sort of stuck, in a certain sense, in a conflict that is truly with the Canadian state in the imposition of sovereignty. That being said, there is still work to be done to improve that relationship within that context, within the sovereignties that are now nested on this territory. And I think that the story Brian was telling about a personal relationship formed, I think in those practices, I'm sometimes more moved by those recommendations, say from the MMIG inquiry or from the TRC, that encourage very personal self-reflection and encourage a personal shift rather than an institutional shift, because as I say, I see institutional barriers as soon as I begin to think about this problem. But that doesn't mean that those personal shifts aren't possible, in that we can all begin to think of ourselves as different, as treaty partners, and operate in a different way and question our own assumptions and our own, as Brian puts it, our own unconscious biases. Because those, when I think back through the cases that I've dealt with, as Ian puts it, that every action is loaded. The youth who died in Thunder Bay, who didn't have an adequate examination into their death, as was found by Jerry McNeely when he reviewed their deaths in the Thunder Bay Police Force. The individual officers who examined those deaths or didn't.
I'm going to intercede for a moment. Flood the chat with relevant questions of all of the things that you have learned through this investigation. All of the questions that you have, everything that is relevant, flood it now.
Individual changes rather than the institutional.
Thanks, Meg. Commissioners, do you have any follow-ups before we take a break?
More, I guess, perhaps a practical question, and Brian, Julia, Phil, or others, be happy to hear. I'm just picking up on the conversation, some of the things, Brian, in particular, that you talked about with the view of the Vets Association. And I think it's fair to say that not all vets have the same view on their attachment to uniform when they retire. And in fact, the veterans also have retirement blazers that I know that they have an option to wear. And so when I hear former officers talk about the importance of ceremonial dress and attending funerals, Remembrance Day parades, and so forth, in a day and age where any piece of police equipment can be purchased online or replicated. Is there more value in having something that distinguishes you specifically as a retired member rather than wearing a working person's piece of uniform, which ultimately over time will age out, need to be replaced, worn and torn, ill-fitting? The average person would not necessarily distinguish somebody showing up in a red serge who's retired or an active member. It's also possible, I would ask, that bad things can also happen in a dress uniform. So my question is, why do some vets choose to wear their veteran's blazer and others choose to maintain kit? So if you could answer that.
Sure. The veterans kit that we have is multiple. You can have a blue blazer with the crest on it. You can have a red blazer with the crest on it and some other insignia and so on. We can also wear the RCMP kilt is also part of it. Now that is the one that stands out the most. I wear that at many occasions. I wear the kilt with the red blazer. I wear it to the police memorial and things like that, and it stands out. The problem is retired members are very tight with their money. They have to purchase all these things. So the vast majority of RCMP veterans do not have the blue blazer, the red blazer, or the kilt. The kilt is very expensive. Anyone who owns a kilt would know that, but so that's quite expensive. But so I think cost is the biggest piece why not everyone has it, and but they do have the surge. Now, to your point of the surge, yes, a lot of them outgrow it. The surge shrinks, right, and they can't get in it anymore. So so there are an awful lot that can't get in their surge. I can still get in mine, but many of them can't. So it's more for, and again, you mentioned a point too, that not all officers are interested in doing that, retired officers, and that's very true as well, partially because they can't fit in the surge, they don't want to pay for the other uniform that they can wear, and so therefore they don't attend the events that that I would attend. And part of the reason I attended so many was because I was the president of the vets, and so I had a role that I had to play. So, but again, as in any volunteer organization like the Veterans Association, you only have a small group that dedicate their time to it. The rest pay their dues, and that's that. I'm sure many of you are involved in things like that. So it's a mixed bag, because some would use the uniform, which under the RCMP Act they're allowed to for those certain events, and some would have the vet's uniform, and others would just not attend. And so they're all individuals, they're all different, every one of us, same as everyone in this room. So we have different appreciation of things, but.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
I would agree with you, Leanne. I actually did not attend the memorial service this year because it was 2 weeks since I retired and 2 weeks since the person who got my job, went into his job. And so I did not want the confusion of my uniform looked exactly like his uniform and said chief. There's nothing that says retired on it. So I do believe it either should have something on it that identifies that you're retired, or I'm not opposed to the blazer. I am frugal by nature. So what Brian said is correct. It would be great if my agency would give me that retired blazer when they gave me that encased badge as well. Or many people will not purchase it, but it is certainly an option.
Great, thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Just a comment from a municipal perspective. The dress uniform that we are permitted to retain is significantly different than a working uniform. So a member of the public mistaking an on-duty police officer with somebody in the sort of the royal blue tunic with a tight collar, of course, no firearms or anything like that. I don't think there's a distinction problem. Second, to answer one of your questions, why some people keep and some people don't, I'm sure from your days as a chief, you realize some people leave the profession for different reasons. They've had different satisfaction during their career than maybe others. And often it's the ones that have really been part of the family, the pride, the bond, and the wish to continue in retirement, reflecting the ideals that they became a police officer. Where some, in fairness, were great police officers when they hit their retirement age. It's kind of like Julia. I don't want to be carrying that badge, that uniform. I've got a different life. I got a really nice addition to my collection from one of my mentored deputy chiefs because he proofed his house of police items after he retired, because that was his career, and now he's moving on to a different career. And I was very fortunate as a senior officer. The blazer, slacks, everything that I wore as one of my orders of dress was exactly the same as the Edmonton Police Veterans Association uniform, so it didn't cost me to outfit myself. But that's not the same with several officers. If you wanted to outfit yourself in the Veterans Association uniform with the blazer, the crest, the slacks, everything, that's a fair chunk of change coming out. And so some just choose not to do that. And so they will wear the dress uniform, particularly for mess dinners or the police officer memorial or funerals are the key things for that for us. And wear civilian attire if they choose to attend, and perhaps still wear their medals to reflect their service and honor as a police officer.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to take a break until 11:32. We'll have a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Yep. That's the way to deal with it. Take the higher road. Keep it on point. They're exposing themselves badly. Very, very badly. And they're watching. I guarantee you. 100%. 100%. So just keep flooding it with relevant questions. This is their tactic. It's tried, tested, and true. Get people off. Especially, they want to bait people to get them riled up into other things and totally irrelevant. No. It's not to say that some of the points that they're making aren't relevant, because they are, in terms of the fact that somewhere else, those debates belong in other places. They're there to do a job. Keep them to it. And if they're not going to stay true, expose them for who they are. Because that's the only way to do this one. They want to play these cheesy games. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're only going to look like a fool. They're destroying themselves. I don't really, frankly, want to even be a part of this, because, yes, Todd's right. Todd is right in what he says. I don't like being a party to destruction of the police institution, because they're going to rebuild it back better and stronger and harder. But they're getting rid of all the good people along the way. And a man to sit up there and be any of these officers who are part of this, they're destroying their own profession. You want to have pride? You're not going to have a lot. Frankly, you are skating on really thin ice right now. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. A lot of people have serious disdain, sadly. I don't have disdain for the police, but I don't have a lot of respect for them anymore because of what they're doing to the families. No, I want you to flood the chat. because they watch and they're like, oh shit, our tactics aren't working now. What are we going to do? These people are smart. And you've got all kinds of knowledge that you've garnered throughout this whole process. All kinds of great questions and observations. Don't think that they're silly. You know, maybe the answer might even be known. So what? You have the right to be heard. You have the right to ask it. Do it. 10 minutes is that first. See, that's, I would call me tinfoil, but I would say that's why. They're like, oh shit, man, this is really not working. We can't tell our war stories. We can't talk about our coins. People are like, what are you answering here? I thought we came here for answers. That is really shameful to sit up there. I just can't even imagine. I was mortified. I'm sorry, because I do believe the person I did phone, I stopped for a moment and phoned somebody because I was just like, to sit in front of family members and talk about your coin collections. That's really disturbing. Really disturbing. Have a little laugh about your stories overseas and your how to clean your kit. That's not going to do anything for them. And they know that. And they're looking at you. And sadly, the problem is, sir, they're going to look at other officers and pass the same judgment. You want that? There is a way out of this one. And I'm speaking to certain people here. There's a way out. Get above it now. You're going to save yourself a lot of heartache. Look at all these great questions. This is why we're here. This is seriously how we even got here. You're the reason. You're the reason. Don't fool yourself. What was it, day 3? Do you guys remember that? What day was that? I remember when they were started in on the killer bees. You know, oh, we'll just get rid of that story. And I'm like, excuse me? No, you're not. Not this time. Not this time. Look at all these great questions. If this is a public inquiry, why are they hiding so much? They're exposing them, how the depth, the absolute depth, the depravity that they will go to. They have no bounds, these people. But somewhere in this one, you play your cards right. I believe. Call me a fool. I believe you play your cards right on this one. Somebody's going to crack. Somebody. Because there's people out there with consciences. There's people out there with children. A legacy that they want to leave behind. There's people who seriously might, I don't even want to say those words. What happens if something terrible like this befell them? Who's going to be there to help them? Especially after the way they act. Oh, you get a name. and you're tarnishing it real bad. Why does the RCMP say 11:25 when Hubley first noticed the perp been killed 10 seconds before that? How many NDAs were signed? Look at all these great questions. Keep them rolling, please. I know, you may have to just keep searching your memory banks, but I don't think so. You got tons of them. Why did the Halifax Examiner cheerleader for the MCC? Why are certain media organizations? You know the answer to that one. These all get bailouts. They're paid. That's just their PR wing. I'm not tinfoil. That's true. You can read it online. Why did media get exclusive video? Well, why did they have to sign the NDA and then pipe out stories that have nothing to do with it? Diapers! Are you out of your mind? Diapers. Really? How much intelligence do you think we have? I'll tell you. I'll just speak for myself because that's all I can speak for. I sure as fuck don't care about diapers. When I talk to any of the family members, diapers ain't going to help them. His trysts aren't going to help them. And they're irrelevant. Some of you refused to sign NDAs. Did they receive less information? Maybe pause on the questions because I'm going to try and just keep hammering them out. Is GCS surplus being charged with anything? Like not notifying the RCMP? I don't know. Is that his brother-in-law? Instead, they want to run silly stories. Exposing yourself badly, real bad here. Why did they take Griffin out before the kids? They have no shame. But perhaps they do. And shame's going to make a comeback. And it's going to be a sad day when it does for certain people. Timestamps, where are they? Why did the video skip? Inquiring minds want to know. Smart people. Not ones that care about coins. I'm sure you can have your little chit-chat about the coins and the shoulder patch trading shows. The vileness even to propose, we want to keep the shoulder patch trading show. And they're sowing seeds all throughout this of certain narratives that they want you to go off on. They think that you're stupid. I want you to look in the mirror. Maybe pause, go to the bathroom, look in the mirror, and say to yourself, I'm not stupid. I'm really smart. I got it figured out. These people, what they're trying to do, piss off. Good morning, MCC. Oh, it's just going to get worse. Going to get worse.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. A reminder, if you do have your cell phones on you, please mute them or turn them off at this time. Thank you.
Don't want that crazy channel playing in the background. All those good folks who have sat here for 2 years, studied, learned, brought the mass casualty omission about, hold their feet to the fire. Terrible analogy, but Anyway, do keep the pressure on. They want you to go away. That's exactly what they want you to do. These are old tactics. Once you see it, like I said, you can't unsee it. The same old, over and over and over. And you'll see it not just here, not just with RCMP, you'll see it in the world. It happens everywhere. GPS and clocks. Why are they both mysteriously not working? It's bizarre. Where's the pedestal for the 23? I just, yeah. Anyway, it's fine. We're gonna put the pressure on. The change will be brought about. Keep it up, folks. You're doing a great job. Oh, the propaganda.
Okay, I think we're ready to start again. We're hoping our friends, our virtual friends, can join us. There they are.
Oh, we're here.
Okay, so we've spent the early part of the morning discussing the symbols of policing and what they mean to people, different social groups within Canada. We're going to take that now and start to look at how when those symbols are used for police impersonation, you know, what are the effects there? So in our package of materials that we prepared for this roundtable, we provided a survey of media reports and Canadian case law that shows that instances of police impersonation may be more common than previously recognized. So in that package of summaries, though they date back to approximately 1995, and then on the last page of the document, you'll find links to a number of recent police impersonation cases in the news. So for the purpose of this discussion this morning, we'd like to focus on two aspects of these cases. One is the effect on the public trust in police when individuals impersonate police. And the second is the ways in which police impersonators tap into the powers and privileges of police to achieve their criminal ends. So in this round of discussion, we are going to invite you each to comment on what these cases show us about the cultural power of policing, why impersonation as a strategy for a perpetrator, why it works, and whether this tells us anything more about the cultural role of police in society. So I'm going to start off this conversation by reading a little quote from one of the articles that's included in our package. It's an article called Police Impersonation, Pretenses and Predators. And in it, the authors state, quote, "The social ramifications are numerous and often result in increased social anxiety and insecurity among the citizens. Other scholars have suggested, in addition to damaging the public's trust in authority and undermining the reputation of legitimate police officers, impersonators may threaten officers' ability to do their work effectively. So I would, time permitting, I'd like to invite each of you to comment on this quote, or just speak to the general question: what is the effect on the public trust in police when individuals impersonate an officer to perpetrate a crime? So depending, of course, on your perspective, you might also comment about whether this answer changes depending on the social grouping within Canadian society. So I think, Julia, could we start with you?
So I think the initial response of police officers, and I guess I should say this is my opinion, is a sense of betrayal, because police officers, for the most part, I always say 99.9% of police officers are very good people doing the right thing every day. They go out and they work hard in their communities to try to make lives better. And sometimes they aren't, and that's because, they don't recognize, some of the things that Meg talked about. But they are trying their best. And so when somebody goes out and impersonates and does damage to their reputation, they feel a betrayal. And so the other piece that sometimes comes on that is they will turn on the person who potentially gave them the piece of equipment or whatever that was used for that impersonation. But one of the things that I think we see more of, and actually it's kind of in those case studies, is often equipment is not needed. Is just simply saying, I'm a police officer, and the public believes that. So the public actually, I hate to throw it back at them, but they need to start questioning that and saying, show me your badge, show me your ID, calling. So calling a dispatch center and saying, do you have an Officer Smith that worked for you, and is he working today, or is she working today? And following up, and if any police officer doesn't accept it, you won't talk to them until that kind of background work is done. And, that's a problem with the police officer, and you should actually let the administration know so that we could deal with it. But yeah, often cases, the public just accepts, somebody says, I'm a police officer. And if you take it, we tend to be assertive people by nature, or we become it over time. And so just by presenting ourselves assertively and saying, this is who I am, we can do a lot of damage. So we had put out a post in Kentville shortly after the incident saying all of our officers will be carrying a badge and a ID card. And you have the right to ask for it. You have the right to drive to the police station. If they're trying to pull you over, drive to the police station, call dispatch, whatever. We had done that. And that, Kentville is a town of 6,500 people. That post was viewed and shared over 117,000 times and it has 500 and some comments on it of people legitimately, afraid to question police, much like what was referred to earlier. And so all of my officers were like, I have no problem doing this. But the public itself, it was an amazing reaction to please do this. So I think police are open to it. I think very much like when there's a bad cop. So when a cop does something wrong, nobody hates a bad cop more than good cops. So it's very much like that. And the damage, as I say, that's done to communities, and the community trust sets an agency back potentially years.
Thank you.
You're setting it back years.
And go over to Meg.
Yeah, so I had actually a number of the same observations when I read through the case law and also the article provided. It talked about certain demographic features, both of the people who are criminalized for this offense, who are by and large male, and the victims were often persons that we would consider vulnerable to victimization. Children, women, racialized people. And I noticed that there wasn't an explanation sort of readily available as to why certain people seem to be more likely to be the victim to this particular offense of police impersonation. I wondered if at least part of the explanation might be a greater deference to authority. These are the people who are maybe less likely to enforce their rights, either through ignorance as a child would be, or that we're teaching them at this moment to seek out police as a place of safety, or because they know that they're less likely to be safe when enforcing their rights, as we see in the Black Lives Matter movement, and the same with relation to Indigenous communities. I found it, as was just mentioned, really relevant that though there are not a lot of facts in the recorded decisions about how the impersonation is carried out, generally, it seems to be carried out with sort of simply and easily obtained items, and not an elaborate scheme by which an offender has obtained actual police paraphernalia. I found that very surprising. That simply the claim of being an officer in a phone call or in person would be enough to then obtain the power that police have to coerce people into doing things that the regular citizen does not have. And so to turn to your particular question, when I was thinking about the harm, I thought about it as the immediate harm, that sort of the immediate victimization, that sometimes it's a non-serious harm, gaining information, some harassment, but sometimes it is a very serious harm. There's a sexual assault or a significant physical assault or a kidnapping that follows that impersonation. And I think that it's really destructive in an ongoing way to trust, that once it happens, people are cause trauma, because it's not simply the event, but it's, as Ian explained in his research, it's trauma to a story that's really important to us. And we need that story in some ways to feel safe. And now that we don't know real cop from pretend cop or police impersonator, we have an ongoing feeling of fear and vulnerability. And the way I think about it is, as was just mentioned, the bad cop, I've had many cases where I've had to claim in civil litigation the harm of having an officer abuse power. And I think it is a comparison, because the trauma when an officer abuses their own power is that deeply disturbing sense of fear of authority, which is supposed to be protective of you. And so it's everything from in the immediate of nightmares and flashbacks and those things, but an ongoing sense and a loss, a very profound loss. I can anecdotally say I understand it in a very small way, as I was once myself jailed in relation to the G20 protests by officers that I knew, because at the time I was a clerk at the court, and the people who were in charge of the temporary detention center were court support workers, security officers in that same court. So they knew me, I knew them. It was openly acknowledged in between us that this was probably not an appropriate response in the kettling and the thing that happened. And I had that deeply disturbing sense, as Ian explained it, that dissonance of what's supposed to happen and what is happening, destabilizing me in terms of my expectations around what police are and what they are supposed to provide to us. And so there's the victimization of what's happening, but there's the victimization coming from who is committing this act and how I imagine them, and now what I have to let go. And I won't be able to get back that trust. That breach of trust is ongoing.
Thanks, Meg. So you talked about how it's destructive in an ongoing way because it's trauma to a story that's important to us. Ian, do you have any comment on that?
Maybe. Can I get back to that point via a small detour?
Of course.
So the detour is to drag you all this side of the pond for a couple of minutes, and to kind of come up because it's made me think about the question of impersonation in a slightly altered way. So the case I have in mind, which has been troubling me and many other people here recently, and it may have come to your attention, is the case of Wayne Couzens, who has recently been jailed for a whole life term for abducting and raping and murdering Sarah Everard. And Wayne Couzens was a serving Metropolitan Police officer. And he abducted Sarah Everard by basically showing her his warrant card and telling her she was under arrest for breach of the COVID regulations and handcuffing her and taking her away. This was deeply shocking to many people. There's a couple of aspects of the kind of what we subsequently found out that are relevant to take us back to this conversation. One was it turned out there were two passers-by who witnessed the abduction, who later claimed they didn't intervene because they thought an undercover cop must have been making a legitimate arrest. When this all subsequently came to light, two further things happened. One was a version of what Julia just suggested, was that, as it were, the rest of the Metropolitan Police went to great efforts to distance themselves from this individual and his horrific behaviour. So much so that it kind of raised in my mind the question of how we think about police impersonation. And the question it raised in my mind is it possible for a police officer to impersonate a police officer if they are doing something which is so flagrantly illegal, when they are doing it using no, in this case, their warrant card and their handcuffs. And that's a very flagrant example. But I wonder whether if a police officer illegally stops and searches someone, knowing that stop and search is illegal, are they impersonating a police officer while going about their business as a police officer? I wonder whether we ought to just stop and think about that question. Now, rather similar to the point that Julia just made, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, when the scandal arose in relation to the Wayne Couzens case, advised the public, if they were stopped by a police officer, to scream for assistance, and who they then worried that this person either wasn't a police officer or that was in all sorts of ways troubling them, to scream for assistance for a passers-by or to call 999. And that goes to the question that we've been discussing, that Megan just raised, about the kind of what this does for distrust. And it seems to me that there's something sociologically implausible about that posture in the following two senses. One is for a large section of the population whose part of their ontological security is believing they live in a society where the police can be trusted. Being told by the Metropolitan Police Commission or any police force, don't trust us, routinely don't trust us. If you're approached by a police officer, ask who they are, ask to see their warrant card, phone the station, check out their credentials, and to kind of build that into how you go about living your life. That seems to me to be a recipe for a large amount of ongoing trauma, may be too strong a word, but ongoing discomfort. The other situation, if you think about the kinds of, as it were, the suspect populations who are routinely in the business of being stopped by the police, we know enough about the kind of asymmetries of power in those encounters to think that it's a tall ask for a young Indigenous or Black male to actually ask a police officer, no, I don't believe you're a police officer, not to do so in a way that doesn't inflame that encounter and to make the outcome of that likely worse for them. So I was kind of wondering what you kind of do with that. And it seems to me that there are all kinds of ways where actually what you're trying to do is create a situation where everyone, irrespective of their subject position, is able to trust the police. But I know that I read somewhere recently that we're able to trust organizations that institutionalize distrust inside in their processes. So you, in a sense, I'm kind of thinking, and I've not quite come to a firm view on this, that in a sense you want that distrust to be brought inside the organization and to work effectively so the rest of us don't have to build that into our daily lives because that seems to me to be a recipe for ongoing trauma.
So Ian, if I'm hearing you correctly, to me, you're talking about systems of accountability that would be built into a system so that that burden doesn't fall on the general public.
Yeah, I think, yes. Short answer, yes. Slightly longer answer. I think it's asking too much and is potentially counterproductive to somehow expect the rest of us to go around carrying distrust of the police. I mean, lots of people do for very good reasons. And you want to create situations in which that's no longer the case. But to somehow kind of communicate that message, that seems to me to be both too much to ask and likely to be counterproductive.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to bring it back to our original question. I'd like everybody to have the opportunity to speak on this question. And you're more than welcome to comment on anything you've just heard or just answer the question as originally posed, which is, what is the effect on the public trust in police when individuals impersonate an officer to perpetrate a crime? Brian, over to you.
Yeah, the public trust when somebody's impersonating a police officer is just gone. And it takes years to get that back in the community where that occurs. So if it occurred in Lower Sackville, as an example, it would take years for the police in Lower Sackville, HRM and the RCMP to get that public trust back, because the public would be well aware of it. And then they'd be questioning, well, how do we know that the real cops are real cops? And what that does to our justice system is it hampers the ability to do effective policing and keep the public safe. And it's a big problem. It's complicated, and both Ian and Megan have made some good points there. And Ian's research is critical in helping to work on this, because the public trusts us as police generally. Marginalized communities less so, because of the history of things that have happened, and visible minorities. And that's understandable because of the things that have happened. This is a major public trust issue when somebody poses as a police officer when they're not. And they're doing it for personal reasons or criminal reasons, whatever. But it doesn't matter why they're doing it. It just is really, really bad on our legal system. There's no way around it. And police, as retired police and serving police, they really, really dislike these people that do this, because it's a huge problem. And then, as Ian pointed out, the question, so if you start questioning the police officer, how do I know you're a real cop, and things like that, depending on the individual, some of those police officers will take that as offensive to them. And others will go, okay, I understand this. Here's how I can explain that I'm a cop. Unfortunately, you're going to get a mixed bag of tricks from the officers on the street. And can we expect the public to know the difference? No, because there's cases, well, as the few times that I worked in plainclothes, you could knock on the door and no one asked you for your badge. They just took your word for it. So just like these impersonators do, it's very easy without any equipment to pretend you're a cop. And they learn it from TV, movies, and other things, because they see how we function and how we work from those things. And it's very difficult. It's complicated, and I don't have the answer of how you would ever prevent this, and because it's so easy to do. And they do it for the reasons that they have some personal gain of some sort. And so I have no way to answer how you would fix the problem. We have laws in place to deal with it. The criminal code's very specific on that. That was brought up on Monday with Ms. Bird brought up the criminal code and things like that. But it's the research that Ian's doing is helpful for sure in addressing how the public perceives police and how we should look at them. But no answers. It's the same as a dirty cop, somebody that's breaking the law within the police agency. No time for them. But how do you deal with it? You can charge them if you catch them. If you don't catch them, you can't charge them. And does charging them prevent it? If you look at research from criminology about deterrence through penalties, deterrence really doesn't come with a penalty. So you could make it a hanging offense and they'd still do it. So it's not easy. So it's very complicated and it'll take some time to figure out how to deal with that.
So that is one of the advantages of a small agency. So Kentville, small community, 17 police officers. The community knows their police officers. 12 of them live in town. They haven't changed in many years. So they know when they see, Trevor. Trevor's been a police officer here for 25 years. So he is known to that community. Where that gets more difficult in large agencies is, the geography of, say, Halifax and 500 officers. And with the RCMP is the transferring out, however many years. And so there's always a change. Small communities do have that advantage of repetitive, every day I see this person for 30 years.
Just to follow up on that, yes, rural communities would be the same as a small town. Rural communities, give you an example, when I was transferred to St. Peter's in Cape Breton, I rolled into town, everybody knew what car I drove, where I was living, and I haven't even moved there yet, where I was going to be living, who I was. So the communities do know you, but you can still impersonate a police officer in those communities. Because the people in those communities understand that there may be plainclothes officers coming through there, not the regular officers there. So you can still do it in a rural community. Less likely, but it is possible for sure.
Phil, I want to bring it over to you. What's coming up for you?
So the straightforward answer is it's devastating to the public. How do you respond to it? I think police services have to be open in the front, communicate through the media what happened. Don't try to downplay it. And at the same time, they educate their officers so that when you're asked for your identification, produce it. Now, on the flip side, when I was younger and worked what they called a DART unit, a street crimes unit, our cars looked nothing like police cars. At the time, we weren't even using red and blue lights. It was a red light. We pull in behind somebody. The chances of us identifying ourselves as police officers were slim to none because the person we were pulling over knew they did something and expected a response. But fast forward that to just a couple of years before I retired, I drove an unmarked car. It had quite a lighting system on it as the divisional inspector. I was dressed probably pretty much like I am today. Lady was talking on her phone. I thought, I should just take a moment and educate her. Pulled her over. I had to convince her to look at my identification that I was a police officer before I interacted with her because I wanted to ensure that she knew who it was talking to her. But because of the sequence of events that occurred, she, in her mind, this was a police officer that pulled me over even though I was dressed like this and didn't ask. It kind of brought back another thing when my son, daughter, and wife used to laugh. Oh, Dad's got his police voice on. And so you get so used to going up to doors and investigations, especially in plainclothes unit, that the way a police officer approaches somebody, they don't ask for identification because in their mind, they have already formed the understanding that you are a person in authority. Where it becomes challenging in a large metropolitan area is the Edmonton Police Service has about 1,800 sworn officers, but we've got a large RCMP presence in the city. The Alberta Sheriffs do executive protection. At one time had warrant execution units. You've got a big military police presence as you do in Halifax here. So very different officers from various agencies could show up at a door with different identification, different approaches. In other words, a question that came up as to actual police officers identifying themselves. There's some case law out of Alberta where it was a peace officer. Peace officers are There's thousands in Alberta. They're dressed similar to police officers, patches, different stripe on their pants, but they drive marked units. This person in this case was a photo radar operator, but still had uniform on and used that. The court decided that he was not personating a peace officer because he was a peace officer, but that didn't diminish the criminal acts that he did as a result of that. You asked about how, it kind of came up as to what police officers think of other police officers that commit this type of offense. Well, I'll tell you, I was the senior ranking officer in the internal affairs / professional standards section of the Edmonton Police Service for 3 years. And police officers feel about police officers that commit a breach that they've tarnished the badge. And there is no support for them. We worked hard to get our badge, to present our image to the public. We joined to serve, we joined to help. This person's gone off track and they breached the trust. So I just absolutely did not see that. And Ian, there's a separate charge for a police officer who does that under the Police Act for unnecessary exercise of authority, which could potentially lead to their dismissal from the police service, separate from actions taken by the courts.
All right, thank you. So I think the next place that I want to take us is really just a riff on what we've been talking about already, looking at the cultural symbols and how the use of those symbols to exert authority and cultural power over victims of impersonation. So we've seen in those cases that are included in our package, we saw defendants using police symbols such as flashing lights and clothing, and pulling people over. So often, as has already been mentioned, it doesn't take much to get someone to pull over. Sometimes maybe it just takes your police voice or just how you carry yourself. So what do the cases in our materials reveal about the authority and cultural power of police and policing symbols? I think let's start with Julia. Is that okay? Okay.
I think we are lucky as a society that we basically trust our police. So I think that is the problem. And while I understand what Ian says about is it a fair burden to put on the public to question the police, it is fair. Police are doing the best they can, but the public needs to question. They need to, if somebody calls you and says, I'm the police officer, you don't know, you get an email. It's very much like the fraud emails that you get on a daily basis on your phone or your email. I'm your bank of whatever. Please enter all your details. Well, you question that. So we are not we anymore, police, understand that because of the changing world, we're going to be questioned, and we're okay with that. I think most of us are okay with that. So yes, I think that the public needs to start questioning. If you have an assertive person, do you have a real police officer, retired police officer, or just somebody who's really bossy? So, ask some questions. It's okay to, confront any police officer who's going to actually understand that. If they don't, then there are processes through professional standards where you can then hold them to task, and then the second time around they will be okay with that. So I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but that's what I think. I think the public actually needs to start questioning a little more and challenging.
So Ian, I'm curious to know if you agree with that comment and what that does to our policing, the police and our imagination. What does that do to our, I think you called it ontological belief system? How does that change as we start to amend our notions potentially?
I am, okay. I might end up engaging in that other bit of academic bad practice, which is splitting hairs, but we'll see. We'll see. I think it struck me for a long time. I think this is certainly true in the British context. I'll leave you with the invitation to think about whether it's true in the Canadian context. I think one of the big unexplained questions in police sociology, given all the kind of scandals and misconduct and other kinds of kind of institutional excess that we've witnessed in the last 3 decades, is why public support for the police remains so high. I don't say that at all facetiously. I think that's a really genuine puzzle as to why significant numbers of the population, when polled, still say that they respect and support the police. Now, one answer to that question is there is a section of the population who just, and this goes back to where we kind of started, who just, I think, kind of close to unambiguously identify the police as a force for good and just are very attached to the idea that they're just great and they do a great job. But I think that part of the answer to that question is that people continue to trust and believe in the police when lots of evidence amasses that they're not to be trusted. Because to put it dramatically, they look into the abyss, they think that looking into the abyss is really scary and they turn away. By which I mean, they contemplate what it feels like to live in a society where they can't trust the police. And they find that too psychologically troubling and they kind of suppress that thought. So they continue to tell pollsters that they respect the police and they think they're doing a good job. And it's that kind of psychological difficulty I had in mind. And I kind of said that you're asking a lot if you're asking people to kind of to go through life routinely thinking that the police can't be trusted, as if as if you make that some kind of aspiration for a better society. But let's try and create a society in which people routinely distrust the police. Now, so I'm still not sure that that's where we want to end up. Now, I kind of get what Julia's saying, and this is where I'm going to start splitting hairs. That there may be a lot to be said for just inculcating a much more kind of nuanced and skeptical view of policing as an institution, and for wanting to not unambiguously identify with an institution that just can wield that much coercive power over us, and to want to be vigilant and careful and scrutinize and do all those kind of things. But I still actually wonder whether whether you need to organize that institutionally, that needs to become something that's built into the kind of institutional architecture of police governance accountability. It's not something that we want to kind of, as a kind of policy aspiration, to just outsource to individuals, as if it becomes a question for them to be routinely asking themselves, this is a cop, I don't think I can trust them. I need to kind of go through a whole series of protocols in order to answer that question. So I just worry about that as an aspiration, or wanting to hold on to the idea that kind of uncritical identification with the police in a democracy is a dangerous sentiment, and we could do with cultivating a much more pronounced degree of vigilant skepticism. And I don't think that's the same as asking people just to be the kind of investigators of police credentials every time they come into contact with a police officer.
Okay, thank you. Phil, I saw you making some notes there. What's coming up for you?
I went very carefully through the case law we were provided, but I did it from a collector's perspective to say well, first of all, I'll say, I don't know a police officer that condones anyone impersonating a peace officer. Zero. Bottom line, you want to be a police officer, peace officer, you go through the academy like the rest of us and you earn your badge. So there is no putting up with that. However, the penalties that we see coming out of impersonations are so trivial that's something that needs to be addressed, but that's for a different day. The number of cases that we were provided where somebody simply put a light on a dash and used that as the effective method to stop somebody and then assert authority far outweighed the other matters, other than phone calls and just saying they were a police officer and then somebody unfortunately accepting that they were going forward. So I looked at, from a collector's perspective, if there was restriction on shoulder patches, badges. I'm not really into collecting cars, uniforms. Well, that's a different outfit. What impact would that have? And really, in these case laws, none. In the time that I saw a badge being used or patch, it was generic, said police. You can buy those on Amazon, eBay, you name it. Colleague said to me, "Oh, you need to go to Mark's Work Warehouse," not to plug a company. You buy a dark shirt, a pair of cargo pants. You put that on. You come up to a citizen. Again, you project yourself in a circumstances. Then they again will make an informed decision in their mind that you are a police officer. So public education, high consequences for actions, significant. Should be out there, but also there's a variance across the countries as to what lighting systems are even required on, for example, in Alberta, it's the only one that can use a blue light is an enforcement officer. So therefore the availability of those for somebody to buy are limited compared to some other jurisdictions. So.
Okay, thank you. Meg, what would be your comment on the cultural power of some of these, the misuse of some of these symbols?
Yeah, I was when I read through and was sort of reflecting on that question that's come up a few times now, the little that is required to perpetuate this offense, it sort of brought to mind the sort of games of imagination that I play with my son. And I don't know if you can identify with this if you've played games of imagination with children. The deeper he is into the game, the less that it is necessary to have props which actually resemble the stories we're telling. And that it's sort of, when I was thinking about that, provoked that realization that his imagination is so strong when he's deep into that game that it fills in the rest. And I think that Canadian society is really just deep into this game, if I can put it that way, that we're the power that police have has a very powerful hold on our imagination, and it requires very little to invoke that power, and then we will fill in the rest. And so that tells us how we should treat that power, given that it is so easily invoked and has such a powerful hold on what we will then do and how we will then act if it is invoked. And that, all of that together sort of led me to this question that underlies this conversation, which is a balancing act between the individual interests that have been expressed here, those affective interests, those emotional attachments that are very real. And in addition to those individual interests, this sort of collective interest in something that we all identify around. The idea of Canadian and police and state, that those collective interests also matter, and how attached we are to those stories of nation building and belonging and citizenship. Holding that with the idea that these aren't everyone's stories, as I've said. Those are stories that only some of us get to tell. And so the weighing exercise seems to be between these kinds of interests, the preservation of symbols of a story that only some of us get to tell, versus very serious harms, crimes perpetrated against oppressed persons often, who happen to be the same people who aren't invested in those stories because they aren't true for them. And so that's where I was left, is in the weighing exercise, the balancing exercise that we're engaged in. And I think that context is really important when we think about the cultural power those symbols have, and our want to preserve them is to wonder whether in fact the weighing exercise is appropriate given what the harm is on the other side.
And I think we're coming up on our final question soon, and that's exactly where this discussion is going to go, is a consideration of a balancing risk and harm. But before we go there, Brian, I wanted to make sure that you have an opportunity to speak to this question as well.
Yeah, sure. I think it's really unfair to put the burden on the public to determine who is a police officer and who is not. And unfortunately, because of these people who pose as police officers and are not, they're impersonating police, there's not much option other than to educate the public and get the public to ask questions and so on. It's interesting though, because in the RCMP, we don't have a badge on our shirt. We have a pocket badge. We don't carry it when we're in uniform because we're in uniform. We have a name tag. People often ask, what's your badge number? We go, there's my name. So it's difficult. And that's why I say it's very unfair to put that burden on the public. But what choice do you have? There's really not much option. And if you look at what diminishing the public trust in police, what it does, having worked in Haiti, where the people do not trust their police, haven't for very good reasons, and I'll explain some of the reasons why they didn't. Under the Duvaliers and under the military government after the Duvaliers, people were just arrested out of their houses and taken and executed, and some were, for example, if the Duvaliers said, I need the road paved, well, how they did it was they'd come to my house and they would say, Brian, I need $10,000 from you to pave the street. And I said, well, I'm not giving it to you. Well, the next day the cops are at the door and I'm in jail for 3 months. And then the Duvaliers come by in jail and say, Brian, you ready to pay the $10,000? Yes, so I can get out. That's how it worked in Haiti. So when you have no trust in the police because the police are the instrument of the government, in that case, then the whole system breaks down. So in Haiti, you also have the public, because there was 2 murders a day when I was there, that was because of that mistrust. What people did was they took the matters in their own hands, and that's how so many people were being killed. Instead of calling the police to come and solve the problem that they had, they did it on their own, and they ended up murdering someone. So, and by the way, those murders, very few of them were ever solved, very few. So. But that's what happens if you lose the trust in police in a society, and Haiti's a good example of that.
Thank you, Brian. Before we leave this area, we're just going to invite the commissioners to make any comments they might wish.
Yeah, just a brief comment, I think, picking up on what Julia has said, which is the important piece may be to, in the training, to prepare police to expect to be questioned and to empower members of the public to be asking those questions rather than putting it as a burden on the public, but ensuring that people, I mean, this requires obviously systemic change, but ensuring that people who are perhaps less likely to be able to question someone questioning them because Phil, you know that a blue light is the only light that you're supposed to use. But if I see a flashing light behind me, I don't know that it's supposed to only be a blue light and that I should keep going. So I think there's quite a bit of an educational component that is required. But I think preparing police for to understand that it's all right for someone to question them and their authority is perhaps part of the picture that I'm hearing anyway, because I'm not sure it's as black and white as between everyone. It's a burden on the public or it's not, but rather there's layers to it. Thanks.
Okay, well, we've got a few minutes left and I've got a couple of goals in that time. So I'd like to end us with a question that will set us up well for our phase 3 discussion of this topic. But before we go there, it's important that I would like to check in with each of you very briefly if there's anything that you would hope to bring to this table to share that you haven't had the opportunity to share yet. But I would like to encourage it to be like a short snapper. So could we start with Phil?
Phil and short snappers don't usually go in the same sentence, but we'll try here. Ian, just to let you know, you mentioned why wasn't there a doctor collectors, nurse collectors, and you mentioned firefighters. I would put a bet out there. There's far more firefighter collectors than there are police collectors out there, because there are just so many paid and volunteer fire services right across Canada, and the exchange of patches is just as prevalent with them as it is with police. And it's the same as there's another separate area of collectors, which are your EMT, paramedic, ambulance patches, and badges in that case that are out there, separate collector groups from that. And so that leads to a lot of the reason people collect police paraphernalia, especially the patches, the badges, the challenge coins. It's the thrill of the collecting, the hunt to get the items, the preservation of history, the display, the nice displays you can make with them going on. Fortunately, from what I've read, the personation resulting from the collectibles is very, very low. There is a risk, of course, to any use of personation, but reality is that if we could legislate ourselves out of every situation in the country, you wouldn't have to worry about personation, because you wouldn't have any police officers at that point, to be quite straight with that. So I'm just again pleased that we're here. I'm just hoping that there's a bigger picture, and it's very devastating what happened in this province. I'm very happy that in all the research that I've read, is that sure doesn't happen very often with the use of police equipment, and I sure hope it never happens again.
Julia?
So I've thought a little bit about this piece. So I think ultimately I did 31 years of policing. It changed me as a person, because you can't not be changed by the things you see and the negativity that you see every day. I don't regret that. I'm okay with that. But ultimately, the 31 years was a job that paid me well, gave myself and my family a lifestyle. And so that was the return. So I don't buy into that I'm owed anything. I don't think that I deserve to have anything because I'm a retired police officer. My payment for that came every Friday in the form of a deposit to my bank account. So while I would love to keep my uniform to wear to special events, I'm not owed that. They gave back to me. I luckily came out the other side of it mostly unscathed. So those are my thoughts on this.
Thank you. Ian, how about you?
Yeah, no, if the question was, have I got anything, did I have anything to say which I've not had the opportunity to say, the answer is no, so I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Meg?
The same. I've had an opportunity to put forward the thoughts that I had.
Thank you. I'm sure we could keep going all day. There's a lot to tease out, but I'm happy to hear that you at least feel like you've gotten to say the most important bits for each of you. Brian?
Yeah, just two quick things I'll use because of us being in Canada, hockey, our national sport, is if you look at professional hockey players, say Wayne Gretzky or Sidney Crosby, they collect all kinds of things because they earned their jerseys and everything else from the work they had to put in and to make it to the level they were playing at. That goes in any sport. Race car drivers the same. Yes, there's a difference that if you pose as a hockey player, how does it affect anybody? But it's the same concept as those people would do in their collections. And then the final comment is just that many of us, not all, because every officer is different, but many of us in retirement or serving, We know that we were trusted while we served. We know that we were trusted to carry 3 guns in the car, a carbine, a shotgun, and carry the pistol every day. And then now that we're in this position, we're now in a potential position of being say, no, we don't trust you to keep your ceremonial uniform. And that hurts.
Thank you. All right, so I'd like to move us to our last question today. It comes from a participant council who represents a family member. And we're posing this as a way to set the table for phase 3. And the question is, do the advantages of allowing police uniforms, equipment, and vehicles to circulate in the general population outweigh the risks? Julia, can we start with you?
So I guess if it was my family member, I would say no. But realistically, looking at, 30 some cases over a period of 25 years, it doesn't happen that often. And most times it happens is without the use of that equipment. So the risk is, while it's always there, unfortunately, a person can create all of that without the real item. You can have flashes made, you can create anything on your computer as far as, markings for a car. You can just say, this is who I am, and people will believe you. So, I don't see the harm in allowing older retired members to keep their uniform, as long as it comes with some structure that, it gets turned back in or, whatever. And having some rules around who gets to keep that. So, if somebody leaves the police force not of their own choice, they obviously should not get to keep it. So some structure around that and some structure around collecting it back on the death of the member. But no, I can't say. I am the mother of 2 daughters. If this was one of my daughters, I would say no. And that's the truth.
Thank you. Phil?
So I'm of the opinion that you can mitigate the risk, but you can never 100% remove the risk. If you get somebody driven to do anything, it doesn't matter what's in the criminal code or how many police officers you have out there, the ability of us to stop that person is challenged. We look at the police services, in particular from collectors. I know very few collectors that have mocked up police cars. The only one that comes to mind was actually a California Highway Patrol car in the province of Alberta. So recognizing or mistaking it as a police car was virtually impossible. Several police services, of course, have antique cars that they roll out to show their history during parades and that. So there could be some level of regulation as far as some of the higher end police equipment. Why somebody would have a police Sam Brown, that type of thing, I'm really not sure, unless it was part of a display. I know there's lots of places in Canada with police museums, some of them private, that do very extensive education to members of the public, build community police relationships, and they would be significantly impacted with some legislation. Many police services that I contacted over my years of collecting actually sent a little pamphlet with their patch. And it outlined the history of the service, the pride of the officers. A couple actually made a point of saying the patch we've enclosed was taken off a uniform and proudly worn by a member of our police service on duty, and then stapled into the information card. So is there a risk of prohibiting that? I would say that is very, very minimal in nature. Badges are a little more concerning. But in fairness, somebody can flash a piece of tin, and it could be a paramedic, a firefighter, a military badge. The fact, even on an Edmonton police badge, reading the word police, you have to get up pretty close to actually read that on the badge versus it being flashed from a distance. So yes, I guess I personally feel that that there is the ability to move past the risk of a single incident happening again, and not prohibit the good work that comes from collectors, the community involvement, the esprit de corps, the wonderful displays that are out there for members of the public to see, and in my case, the drive to retain the history of policing and the policing memorabilia that has been used over the years throughout our country, and particularly this province.
Ian?
Okay. I'm not sure in my mind I have a clear answer to this question. What I think it would be wise to do is to kind of entertain and think hard about the possibility that the risks might outweigh the advantages, and to kind of work through why that might be the case, even if that's not the position you end up in. So I can think of two kinds of reasons why you might want to entertain the possibility that the risks outweigh the advantages. You might describe the first as a kind of cultural risk. And the cultural risk, I mean, takes you back to where I started, would be something like this. That actually there's something not very healthy about a society that uncritically celebrates its police force. And that one way in which it does that is to allow the pervasive circulation of police symbols and iconography. And actually, the better way in which we honour the kind of troubled history of police relationships with all kinds of minority groups and the current difficulties with that is to kind of cultivate a relationship to our police force, which is more kind of ambivalent or regretful or sad or rather than celebratory. So this is a kind of reiteration of where I started, that I think that we ought to think hard about the consequences of the kind of societies that seem to uncritically celebrate their police force as if it's part of their kind of national story. So that might be one form of the answer, where we kind of say, well, there may be a case for saying that actually the risks outweigh the advantages. There is a risk in that cultural sense. I guess that's not what the questioner, my guess is that's not what the questioner had in mind, and that they were rather thinking about the kind of instrumental risks. But maybe that's worth thinking hard about as well. So if we think of a police institution as the institution in our society that possesses a monopoly over the use of legitimate force, you could, by extension, mount an argument which says, actually, well, you want that organisation, therefore, to possess a monopoly over the symbols of the use of legitimate force, and not want some of those symbols to kind of widely circulate among a population or among retired officers. And I don't know the answer to this question, I'm just throwing it out there. So it seems to, no. So my understanding of the current practice is that, no, retired officers are allowed to keep their uniforms, but maybe their badges, but not their guns and not their cars. The one thing the Commission might want to do is to think hard about where and for what reason one draws distinctions in terms of the kinds of symbolism that are allowed to kind of, officers are allowed to carry into retirement, and by extension that we allow to kind of freely circulate. So that I guess that's my best effort to say, well, no, let's entertain the possibility that the answer to that question might be actually, yes, the risks do outweigh the advantages. I'm not sure that's where I end up for some of the reasons given. And some of the reasons given are to do with the point that I think the very powerful point that Megan made a few minutes ago, which is about that we're all deeply implicated in what she called the police game. That we all carry around a version of authority or police authority in our heads for whatever reasons. That means we often don't need the kind of symbols of police authority in order for someone to be able to successfully persuade us that they are a police officer. And even if that's not the case, there is a kind of pragmatic question of the ease by which things that just look like police symbols can be bought, sold, manufactured, kind of knocked off. So there are a whole series of pragmatic issues that may weigh on the side of saying actually, that something approximating the status quo is something that we might just have to live with. But I think we should think hard about what it might mean to say to arrive at the opposite conclusion.
Thank you, Ian. We certainly rely on you for your academic sensibility of sort of using a process to test it backwards. I think it helps us to work through some of the nuances of it. I'd like to take it over to Brian.
Phil brought up the Sam Brown and, do you need that sort of thing? But the Sam Brown actually is part of the Red Surge. But in retirement, you don't have the handcuff punch. We have what we call a strip Sam Brown. It's just the cross strap and the belt. So the holster and the handcuff pouch, all that stuff's missing. So, and it's brown. It's not the black working one that they carry every day. One other thing is if you are talking about holsters down the road, just bear in mind that there are thousands of competitive shooters in Canada, like myself. I shoot IPSC and competitively, and we require a holster to do that sport. So holsters are out there and they will be out there for those sports. And also understand that a holster is designed for a specific gun. So you carried a different gun than I did. My gun won't fit in your holster and yours won't fit in mine. So you need to understand some of those things too. But to go back to the original question, does the risk outweigh doing it? So a risk analysis is critical. You have to do a risk analysis. And I'll use the Occupational Health and Safety Act as our tool to measure it by. So the Occupational Health and Safety Act, whether it's the federal one or the provincial one, doesn't matter. They use a process to determine what the risk is. So you identify the risk, which we've done. We've identified the risk. And now you have to determine what your options are to deal with it. And under those acts, it simply says, eliminate the risk so that nobody gets hurt, or mitigate the risk. In this case, you cannot eliminate the risk. It's impossible because anybody can make a uniform. It'll take them 15 minutes to create a patch, sew a stripe, and then now they're uniform. So right off the bat, you've eliminated the piece of eliminating the risk. So the risk will be there no matter what. So then you have to look at, so what are our tools for mitigating that risk? And that's what you're going to have to address. So will taking, for example, the ceremonial uniform of the RCMP away from retired members, will that have any effect on the risk? You could argue if you use the tools that they use in occupational health and safety, that the answer would be no, because people can make the uniform. So, and the ceremonial uniform is not the working uniform, it's a ceremonial uniform. So anyway, that would be my comments on that. So, yeah.
Meg?
Yeah, so I think I fall closer to the comments expressed by Ian in that I wonder about the appropriateness of the weighing exercise, given that what we're talking about in the sense of what it is we're protecting in keeping these symbols in circulation and keeping access to them. On the other hand, in preventing them from being abused, the types of interests at play as stacked against each other lead me to say the exercise is inappropriate, potential for actual real physical harm, which is what I think I really resonated what Julie said, sorry. As a mother, I would have to say no, with in mind the actual practical harm while remote, while perhaps the case law available to us doesn't reflect that as being a crime on this that is perpetuated often or on that scale. In this instance, the actual harm is so great, and we know that the harms are more likely to be visited on those people who don't enjoy any of the advantages of having those symbols in circulation. And so I feel that the weighing exercise or the appropriateness of doing so depends on the standpoint of the person who is asked the question. And so if I take up the standpoint of the person who tries and fails constantly to think about things from a lens of reconciliation, if I was speaking to, this is a question I always ask myself. In fact, I always have one particular elder in mind. If I was speaking to an elder and I said, do the risks here outweigh the benefits? He would say, the benefit to who and the risk to who? And from his mind, it might be a question that he wouldn't engage in once you answered that.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any follow-ups? Are we good? Okay. All right. Well, on behalf of the research and policy team and the commission as a whole, we'd like to thank you for bringing your perspectives to us today and sharing them. I think each of you have demonstrated that there's a lot to consider and there's no right answers. There's competing interests. There's sometimes the way the question is asked is the most important starting point. So you've helped us to understand some of these nuances in a way that we don't often get a chance to in our very busy lives. So thank you for taking that time. It's a real act of public service. So thank you very much. This concludes our first roundtable.
And let me simply say this, Krista, thank you for so ably facilitating our session today. And I just want to build a little bit on what the observation you made, Krista, and it's this. There's a universal truism in our work since it began, and that is that anytime we asked anybody to help us in our very important work, there's been a recognition that when you're helping us, you're helping the people of Nova Scotia, the people of Canada, and beyond. And universally, when we asked, people have stepped up, and you have stepped up. So Megan and Ian and Julia and Brian and Phil, thank you so much for stepping up. Yes, there is a cost benefit analysis exercise potentially at play, and I'm very mindful of the poignant remarks on the premise of whether or not that is how you would define that exercise. Is a good starting point. So thank you, Megan and Ian, for those very poignant observations. All of you have benefited us with a very rich discussion, a very informative discussion, thought-provoking and enlightening. and your perspectives varied, but they varied in such a respectful and constructive way. And for that, on behalf of the commission, we are very, very grateful. And so I echo Krista's thanks. And we'll have some closing remarks in a few minutes, but you're free to leave your tables and with our thanks, and I'm sure on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond. So thank you. I'll be turning it over in just a minute to Commissioner Fitch to offer some closing remarks. But before I do that, I wanted to update the public on our decision of March 9th. Many of you will recall is the decision where we listed further phase 1 witnesses that we intend to hear from in going forward in our public proceedings. And in that decision, we indicated that we expected there would be requests for accommodations. And I wanted to update the public on that. And specifically, it's this. And in our March 9th, 2022 decision, we indicated that we were interested in hearing from Constable Vicky Colford on specific questions regarding containment efforts in Portapic on the night of April 18th, 2020. And we directed that a subpoena be issued to her. On March 11th, 2022, the Commission received a request for accommodation from Counsel for the National Police Federation, asking that Constable Colford be permitted to address any further relevant questions by way of affidavit, as opposed to oral testimony, as we had directed. We have provided for such requests in our rules, and I quote, specifically Rule 43, if special arrangements are desired by a witness in order to facilitate their testimony, a request for accommodation shall be made to the Commission sufficiently in advance of the witness's scheduled appearance to reasonably facilitate such requests. While the Commission will make reasonable efforts to accommodate such requests, the Commissioners retain the ultimate discretion as to whether and to what extent such requests will be accommodated. Since we expect this will be the first of several accommodation requests from witnesses we have subpoenaed, we have established a step-by-step process, and that has just been recently posted on our website, and I commend that to you. And while the fact that a request pursuant to Section 43 has been made and the nature of the accommodation sought may be made public, the personal information of potential witnesses is presumed to be confidential. The March 11th request submitted for Constable Colford also included personal information supporting her proposed accommodation. Following review of this material and consideration of the reasons for which Constable Colford was to be heard, Commission Counsel recommended that the requested accommodation be granted. In accordance with the process I've just described, Commission Counsel then wrote to Participant Counsel to inform them of Constable Colford's request for accommodation and of Commission Counsel's recommendation that her proposed accommodation be granted. Commission Counsel invited Participant Counsel to provide the Commissioners with their written feedback. Having considered the recommendation of Commission Counsel, the specific purpose for which we directed Constable Colford be subpoenaed, the submissions received from Counsel for Participants, and The fact that since our March 9th decision, the commission and participants have now had the benefit of Constable Colford's written responses to questions posed earlier by the commission and the transcript of the detailed interview Constable Colford provided in the course of the Employment and Social Development Canada investigation. We direct that Constable Colford be permitted to answer any outstanding questions regarding the RCMP containment efforts in Portapic on the night of April 18th, 2020, by way of sworn affidavit. We extend the deadline for participants to offer any outstanding questions they may have for Constable Colford. We extend that to Monday, May 2nd, 2022. If questions remain for Constable Colford or new ones arise following receipt of our affidavit, we will explore alternate accommodations to ensure we reliably obtain the information we need from this witness. Thank you. And Commissioner Fitch, if you could offer some closing remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. This session concludes public proceedings for this week, but please know that the work of the Commission continues as we advance our independent investigation. We prepare more foundational documents and source materials for the public. We continue to liaise with the participants and their counsel and work to prepare for coming witnesses and other public proceedings, including more roundtables and small group discussions and sessions. Looking ahead to proceedings next week, we anticipate sharing more foundational documents and hearing from more witnesses focusing on the issues surrounding firearms. A reminder, you can see the calendar of what is coming up along with the foundational documents, source materials, commissioned reports, and archive of proceedings on our website. We're also still on track to complete our interim report by May 1st, which is coming up at the end of this week. This report will share our progress to date and the steps we anticipate taking as we continue to fulfill our mandate. The interim report will not include recommendations as the process of fact-finding is still ongoing. As required by our orders in council, the interim report will be submitted to governments of Canada and Nova Scotia, after which it will be shared on our website. There continues to be a lot going on with the Commission's work, and we still have a significant amount of work to do together in this inquiry. As always, we are incredibly grateful for your interest and your engagement, and together we will continue to learn what happened. We will explore how and why it happened, and we will shape findings and recommendations to help make our communities safer. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we look forward to meeting again. Thank you.
Well, they're just exposing themselves. There was no QC in the mail. Can understand why now. Doesn't understand justice. If there are people in here who are new or newer to the story, I hope that you can see, and it's again it's not a judgment, because this is a process to go through that the level that they're going to, and it's about the car. It's all about the car. It's all about what's going on, the big story. It will not admit that. It cares about coins. Nobody cares about fucking coins. And yeah, return the shit when you're done with it. It's not who you are. The fact that it is that is part of the problem. That's sad, man. Talk to retired members. They will admit it. They will admit it. very much an identity. And if you don't have it, you're very lost. I'm ready to relapse. Where's my bottle? Nothing for me, no. And whilst I may not agree with 100% of the comments that I put up, and I need to put that disclaimer out there, I want to be able to give people a voice, because these people aren't. You know, how many family members have you heard from up there? I'm hearing something. Winged, barbed legs. Can't handle it. Can't go a fucking full day. These people are shameful. This is their legacy. Hope they feel good about it. I think that's it. Okay, there we go. You ask good questions. You ask questions. You make comments. It's not a political thing. It's never been a political thing. Murder isn't a political thing. And any party, I don't care. I don't even believe in the political system. It's a joke. Let's study it. But, or at least, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I feel I have substantial evidence to prove that. It's not a political thing. Murder is not a political thing. Having good police is not a political thing. This is kind of just normal, everyday stuff. You know, and I did see a comment in there from somebody who said, well, nobody's talking about this at work. My question would be, we're only responsible for our own actions. Something I learned along the way after falling on my face a lot. Now, that's up to you. You're the one that drives that. You have to be brave enough to just keep pushing and pushing. And they're listening. They are listening. People are listening. That's why we are where we are. That's not tinfoil. That's true. So you can't even have this. This is, of course, not a surprise to some of us that they will not allow people to get questioned. No, pre-scripted, pre-screened, gone through many lawyers at our expense. We'll decide later. They're exposing themselves. And this is permanent. Not something that you'll be able to put on later and say, oh, killer bees and things. No, there's permanent record of all of it. Your families are going to be known by that, you know, your name. That's disgusting. Sad, man. Sad. I don't advocate violence. I don't advocate overthrow or anything crazy. I advocate the right thing. The right thing. That's all. Telling truth and shit like that. And so do you. Time for a participants roundtable. That would be good. Maybe you know, and I always want to make sure that that's very apparent, that anything that we do over here is not, you know, a Seamus show or a Tara show or a Seamus and Tara show or a cage or an oh dear, or, you know, this is a collective thing, and family members are always welcome here. They always have been. It's always been open to them. So, you know, I welcome, I know a lot of them are quiet in the background, but I think they've got to start speaking up. They got to start speaking up louder, and probably in the appropriate venues. Because your story is going to resonate. Terrace does, and others who have, you know, spoken in the chat and things like that. Your story resonates with people because they identify with that. Funnily enough, I'm interested in a shirt that has a heart on it in their heart, because we never want to be in your shoes, and that's why we're here, right? So, I mean, it's always, I always have that open, and I try and remember that this is a collective thing. This isn't about tooting your own horn or pissing matches. I sometimes have difficulties with a couple of people about that one, but that's just our own selves, right? This is about the group, and I always try and acknowledge, you know, how much stuff you guys all do, right? Because you're the reason. You are the reason. It's not some cheesy Hallmark bullshit. I don't pump out bullshit. I pump out truth. That's what I like to try and do all the time. So you need to thank yourselves. You need to look in the mirror, tell yourselves you're not stupid, take care of yourselves healthy-wise, take care of each other, be there to support one another, be there to support families. Keep seeking the answers, keep asking the questions. It pisses them off. That's how we're going to get somewhere. And these people, some of them are going to crack. It's human nature. Needs to be a full independent investigation. Absolutely. Absolutely. It would be good probably for royal inquest, and probably people out of country. No, not probably. Yes, out of country. Completely 100% removed. No attachments. Families screen it. Hell, the families should be running the show. They should always have been sitting at the table. Not people in purple suits and voices that are there to lull you into thinking, can we have a media briefing? Yeah, right. And there are breaking news to us. Maybe that's what has to happen too. I see the streets in there, so I don't know where my glasses are. Maybe people need to get out in the streets again. You know, to say I'm not real impressed with what you're doing here. Even though you tell people things, just because you say it so doesn't mean it's true. And here we are. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? If people stood out there with placards and shit in front of the session, demands more attention. Unbelievable. Wow, you guys got, and you were upset. nauseated, unsettling, and infuriating. I'd call that traumatic. I kind of have from the beginning. It's traumatic. This whole process that they're running on the rest of us. And we pay for it. I wouldn't feel bad about, what is the word? They're changing the definition. I like this word. Lucre. Anybody know this word? Money, especially when regarded as sordid or distasteful or gained in a dishonorable way. You profiteer off of blood or bullshit. Not pointing fingers anywhere. You're a horrendous individual. Horrendous. Lucre. Lucre. Remember it. Lucre. Of course, yeah, sad. But I mean, where's our official timekeeper? How long did we get this week? Colford has no balls, cannot face the public to explain her action. Funnily enough, Colford, I would love to hear Colford answer as to the Dorrington situation, the pullover. Very interesting. I noticed yesterday, they said, of course, they're going to, the day before yesterday. Yesterday, they canceled. I'm going to have to stick up a video, I think, just so that it saves that in the timeline. That canceled. I don't know if I'll have to go back and find the original screenshot where it went to 4:30, then to 2:30, then canceled. That time was for families. Disgusting. Foul. Green bastard. Hello. How are you doing? Are the transcripts of the big stop, are they still not there today? They weren't last night. Look this morning. Probably not. I'm just gonna go out on a limb. Let's see. No, gone. That's on purpose. Oh, yeah, so I should show it with the comment. I know I get lost in translation a lot. Vile, corrupt people. Oh, yes, the interim report's got to go through the filtering process. Filter, and maybe you might get to see it. Maybe. That's also written in there. Maybe. Maybe you may get to see pieces of it. Excuse me. Can you post all of this on Twitter? No, they didn't even bother to post anything until the last minute about. In fact, they didn't even bother to tell families, I don't believe, until 1:45. They give them about an hour and 15 minutes notice. Glad that some get to stay there, because some are actually acknowledged as family members, which is disgusting. I don't understand why there's not a really serious outcry about that one. Really serious. I wouldn't want to lose half my family in one night. And you can say I'm biased. I would say that about anybody. I would say that about some guy I met on the street. I would say that about my worst enemy. You don't deserve that. And nothing negates you being family. And Tara didn't do shit. But you know what she did do? Right from the start, she asked questions. That's a problem. And that's why there should be outcry. They knew she was going to be a big problem. You can tell if you read between the lines. I'm not saying that you can't read, but if you have that in mind, you can see it. Circus, big fat elephant, Seamus, they are breaking me. Give me strength. I pray for all of you, and I do. And we will get through this together. None of the bullshit that, poofy hair politicians tell you. This is a man talking to you. A real man. One that's going to fight for you on the street. You fucking damn well better believe it. Just like I know you guys would fight for me. And you do. And you fight for Tara. Right? You fight for all of the families. And you know what? You're fighting for your own. This is why it's a real cop car. Psychological warfare. I would say that term for no reason. It is a legitimate thing. And take years studying this shit for nothing. And if you don't think that governments do this on their own people, read up on it. Anything that I say, please verify. And if I'm wrong, come back and tell me. If you're not familiar with what psychological warfare is, it's quite eye-opening. What is a cult? What is a cult? Asking for truth is a cult? Or the shenanigans are a cult? 3 hours, 4 minutes of work, 14-minute break. Total today, 3 hours, 18 minutes. 4 hours, 46 minutes. Keeping a log. Okay, I'm going to... Ooh. I like when my body talks to me. I'm going to have to write them down on the thumbnail. We're going to have a little chat, you and I, Julia, so I can update my thumbnails and put exactly how much work they're doing. Embarrassing. Time to start civil suits? Goddamn right. We're suing ourselves, though. You understand that. But I think we should try and see if we can go after pensions. Pensions. What I advocate from the start, get it. Don't know if you can do it. That's another question. Maybe there's a lawyer out there who would take it on contingency. Maybe we can fundraise it. I'd like to make sure Tara's in there first and foremost, because that's, or any other family member who's excluded, for fuck's sake. Anyone. Whose family? Who gets cut out of this one? What are they doing here? I'm new here, but not too sure what's going on. Been following since the beginning. Welcome, Sisterly Love. I did see your name in there, so welcome, welcome. Been following since the very beginning, watching and rewatching it all, reading between the lines. What a sad show. I'm sorry. Sorry for all of you, because it takes its fucking toll. If I have a selfish moment, I'm even kind of sorry for myself. Those in my life. All. Oh, and you know, some things, I was just typing out comments in there too. I always do. Shouldn't that man be upset about losing good members? Frankly, that to me seems more alarming than losing a piece of material to his communities. Does he want poor policing? Because frankly, I don't think they'll give a fuck about him. Once he's out, he's out. That is what they do. Well, no, that's because there's strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. When you're not on the winning team, then it tends to fall apart. It's falling apart. The swamp is deep. Hello, Susie. Not sure if I've seen you before. My memory is... We have a great country. Nova Scotia is a great province. Never been there. Looking forward to coming. We have a great country because we will make it great. Not the red hat great. I'm talking just good old-fashioned people, communities, making things great. Communities. This is why it's very hard, because they've made it very big and sold people on that. Oh, that's how you get things done. No, then it just seems to be anonymous. A number. Nobody knows. Like Stalin said, more paper, less paper on him than there is on this. How could that possibly be? Send all the questions to the family lawyers. That's a good question. Good statement. My apologies. Good suggestion. Yes. They watch, but I wonder if they got inundated with mail. Might piss them off. Perhaps it'll help motivate them. Brown envelopes. Nancy. Hello, Nancy. Good to see you here. Still no docs from the other day. Surprise? Oh, because they're so transparent. It's a very fast. It's a very difficult process, as you can see with all the AI script to just even put up the transcript. No, that's got to go through the process. Ooh, goosebumps. Yeah. Oh no, the two sisters in here, the old biddies. Are they going to start doing the biddy thing? Oh no, look at this. Oh, Jesus, these two. Outrageous. Truth wins. Truth wins. Just truth wins, period. It's not necessarily. It is a war. It's a war of a different type. They don't want to talk about Portapique at all. Funny that. But this is all about the car and what's behind that. They have to convince everybody, no, fake car. And if you start asking questions, well, it's just diapers. When you talked about it at first, I was crazy. Then blank stares. Now heads are going down, shaking head. I'm not crazy. Now they will see what if you talk enough. Yes. And that's just being brave. Just being brave. Good for you. Good for you. Got a lot of people behind you. Sad when I talk to some of them family members and they're like, I just want to give up. And I'm like, I can't know what it's like to be in their shoes. But I'm like, there's so many more people behind you than you know. Even if they want to fuck with my numbers, go ahead, fuck with my numbers. Doesn't mean shit. I don't get baffled easy. RCMP had blood on their hands from the very beginning of their corrupt cult. Well, there's something seriously wrong, at the very least, and they're covering that up. So let's just get on with it and clean it up, move along. Sad their names are going to be in the history books for their actions. Yep. Genealogy.com. All that's just going to come back. People go to schools and neighborhoods. And it's not a violent thing. It's not a vigilante thing. There's nothing about that. It's just like the dirty look. Like, I really don't want to deal with you. I don't want to give you business. Go away. No. Getting ostracized. Nobody wants to be your friend. Doesn't matter what you drive or how big your house is. Everybody's like, I'm not coming over. Sorry. Fuck you. Rather hang out with the good people over there. They seem to be like a good time. And I know that they're going to be behind me. Because you will screw me. Because you already did. No trust in you. Real live town hall involved. That would be great. A town hall. Could you imagine? I guess today was kind of like that. What we've been doing all along has been kind of like that. No? Isn't that what we've been doing? Even with the subversion and stuff, we've still been going through it together. Still here. 8 likes? Well, okay, that's sad. But maybe they're just removing them. Maybe nobody likes what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe it's a reflection on what they're saying. I don't frankly think I'm condoning their behavior in any way, shape, or form. Imagine if your wife was murdered and you had to watch MCC. Ask, can a police officer impersonate a police officer? Isn't that what maybe we're talking about? Is it so preposterous? Have they proven themselves beyond a reasonable doubt in many of the things that they've said? No, frankly, they don't believe it. Multiple hypotheses. It says right in their documents. We don't know. It could be this, or maybe it's that. Ask them when the Tucks or the Bonds were murdered. Or the Zolls. That they can't answer. You have to sign a gag order to attend MCC. How come no one is getting a verbal in the audience? I may have made a video about that a long time ago. Not to be, I hate it. I hate doing that. There's receipts. There's a trail. You know the answer anyway. Not even a long one. Pretty short. Truth scares the shit out of the corrupt. Is it police impersonation if it's an undercover cop going undercover as a uniformed beat cop? Yeah. Oh, sorry. But they muted that. Wow. I don't think I'd heard that. I saw somebody talk about that a little bit while ago. Kind of mention it, and that's crazy. Well, it's not crazy. It's totally normal. Psychological warfare. They do it all the time. I love when they cut news feed short. Oh, we lost the signal. Oh, sorry. Technical error. Of course. Did you like the lie you just told? Not you, Glow Watcher. Did you like that? Did it make you feel good? This is something you can give your kids and be proud of. I just am, all that I am is some buffoon behind a keyboard. That's it. Who can't really run that. It's you that's the Roundtable, MU, and all of the rest of you, and all of you, and the people in the background. That's who the Roundtable is. Not some asshats sitting on a stage. They know that. That's what scares them. I'd say, where is that? Oh, yeah. This is probably what they get for their fluid and dynamic. That helps. Diapers. Subpoena. We've issued a subpoena. What kind of subpoena? Obviously, but it was written. It was written. The outs were always there. It was e-pirate. Don't hold your breath. Truth is not what they're seeking. It's all about them keeping their position priority under. Well, sure. But how did they get their position? Who gave them that? Was it divine? They just got it all of a sudden. I don't know where that line was. I guess I missed that one. No. We gave it to them. We may have been foolish and trusted. They may have burned our trust, which probably means that you no longer belong there. Sorry. Truth will come out in civil court procedure if people don't settle, if there are more lawsuits brought. Yeah. Wonder if there's I don't know. Could research that. And I think it's probably a good idea to start researching some of this stuff legally. Perhaps suits can be brought internationally, in international court. Start waking up some of our friends down south. That's a really good thing too. They don't like their freedom getting pissed on. And frankly, many people some of us have American relatives, probably wouldn't like their relatives getting pissed on, or living beside a country that poses a danger. I wouldn't want to. 13 plus million. Oh, it's way higher than that. Way higher. That's only for the little shit show sham that they're doing over here. Maybe. And I would doubt that too. That's just a figure to throw out to people that placate you. And what's the number? Everybody's seen numbers forever. Oh, that's another billion in debt. Don't worry about it. Jowdry and Manley. HRP, big stuff. Yeah, ERT. Yes, I did think I remember seeing something about Jowdry anyway. Did they not vet the documents before release? Many still have residence on them, so soon will be removed. I wouldn't we can easily say to them, okay, nobody's asking for Vicky Colford's home number or address. That's purely preposterous. Has nothing to do with the events that transpired on the 18th and 19th, to which she can answer. And it's like spilt milk. It's already done. So she can definitely talk about it, and it doesn't impact her in any way, really. Having to go through that, yes, that's probably somewhat traumatic. But frankly, that's why we have trauma sometimes, is to instill our conscience, which then reinforces other things. Oh, I don't want to go through that again. I burnt myself when I put my hand on the stove. Oops. Private servers, Blackberries, Clintons, O drives, emails, moratoriums. Talked about it, brought it forth, broke it. Thank you to the private person out there who we owe that person a huge thank you. Many people huge thank yous, but this individual was a big one, was a very big one. And I do pray for them. I don't even know who it is. But that's an internal document. And they were brave enough to send it to me. And I was like, wow, thank you. I, of course, asked them, is it okay if I share that with people? Like, I don't want you to get in trouble. And they said, no, I don't even know how they got a hold of it. I didn't ask. Not my affair. But we all should say a big thank you. Like, we should be thanking one another, which is just good, because that's partly what reinforces people to have positive energy to keep going through the shit. Lucra Lunchtime MCC. Does Tony... They had their caucus. Did I miss something about... We have our heart and soul. Legit question, are there other family members fighting for Tara to be included? I can't answer that one. I'm not, that's a question that should be directed towards Tara, not me. I don't like answering on behalf of other people. I'm just one guy in a room, which can get things wrong, and often does. Well, not often. I think if it was often, They look for the cracks. They're looking all the time. If I'm not mistaken, pensions are ironclad. Okay, so guess what? I love law. There's a new precedent to set. Sue to make that go on. No more ironclad. You're accountable. Then you sue for the pensions after. Civil suit is not for the money. That's right. Punitive damages are the only recourse, sadly. But when it hits somebody's wallet, it hurts because then, maybe they don't get to go on that trip, or they can't buy that car, or if it's bad enough, they can't make the house payment, and that becomes a problem. Anyways, two old biddies. Yes, the two old biddies. Kind of Golden Girls-ish. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm always thinking of all you family members. Like, it's sad. Hard enough to go through kind of day-to-day machinations of what's going on in the world and this, but to have some of this other shit, I couldn't even imagine. Why is phone number associated to Sean Conlaw connected to a sexual assault center in Fredericton, New Brunswick? I don't know. I do know that has been raised before. I haven't looked into it, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying that in terms of discounting it at all. I just find myself too, and I was saying to Tara the other night, I look back on my day and I'm like, did I do all that I could have today? And the honest answer is no. I do take time off now from time to time. Well, not from time to time. Pretty much every day I take a little bit. And then, but she's like, of course, you need to do that. You're going to burn out. Why I say this is not a pity pot, because it's very important. I feel guilty about it, and I do still, but for you, it's very important to maintain a balance. Good stuff in your life, good healthy things, because that gives you the energy. It's kind of like the mask in the airplane. I don't know about the phone number. Perhaps somebody wants to take that one up a little bit more. That would be great. There are all these weird connections. Okay. That's just making me feel strange. I might have to sign off now because the comments directed towards me make me feel very uncomfortable. Of course, we welcome all people, except for shitty ones. I guess I should say that. But like good people who are just fighting for truth. Doesn't matter where you come from on the political spectrum or any of that nonsense. It's irrelevant. This is a human issue. Sometimes retired members get addiction issues like drinking, PTSD, etc. Last thing we need is anyone, if they're flipping out, wearing a uniform, feeling powerful. Why are they in the position that they're in, getting PTSD? I mean, I only give you some stories. I'd seriously be here all day if I was just giving stories about members and policemen, women who are totally thrown under the bus. Wretched. Okay, trust that. But the fact is, you just can go look for yourself. I think I've done some stuff on it before, but that's what happens. And then we end up with people who aren't very healthy, who probably shouldn't be in the position that they're in. They need to go and take time and get themselves fixed up. And we can maybe all live in a safer, better world. MCC is limited hangout of Mr. Big. Yeah, it's got some stink that smells like something else. And I think maybe our problem isn't coming from the RCMP at the end of the day. That's purely speculative. But I think it may involve alphabet agencies south of the border, perhaps. If not something more. But their pieces are there again for that evidence. Hard RCMP, MCC lies, hard for family to even begin to deal with all this going on. They don't. That's just simply the truth. Because they just constantly have to think about it and talk about it, and it impacts their day. And diaper reference listed above. Is the diaper reference not the 9mm? No, the diaper reference has to do with the articles that the paid for media spins out, rather than, kind of pointing out, well, somebody just lied on the stand, or there seems to be conflicts of interest, or they'd rather talk about sex lives because it sells and it's spicy and people will be like, ooh, look here, shiny thing, diapers. Smorgasbord. Hello, Cindy. Hope you had a good day cleaning, because we're almost done now. Says Uncle Blazer. Keep waiting another Fast and Furious. Alphabet agency is definitely involved. Yeah. This is way too big to be something other than just the RCMP. I think. Again, that's just purely speculative. I like to try and keep fact. Nothing about Sharpies. Once it's in print. Yeah. Once it's in print. Permanent. You got it done, and thank you. I did have a good morning. Good. All right, and I do hope then that you can have a good rest of the day, and of course, I hope that all of you can have a great rest of the day. Go and have some food, hang out with your families, do some fun things, hopefully not collecting police paraphernalia, which of course they want to convince you that why this all happened. No. Yeah. Meanwhile, at the same time, they're telling you, can we just keep our stuff because it's our identity? That makes sense. This is why it happened, but we want to keep it. Right. How about we just move along past the BS and talk about why there were probably real police cars involved? Anyway, do hope that you all have a fantastic day. Thanks very much, of course, to the Discord. Thank you very much to all the family members who joined. And stay strong. Stay strong. God bless you all. I mean that from my heart. I'm trying, well, not trying. Yes, I guess you can only say try. But I try to do my level best always to be 100% candid and speak from the heart, and that's it. So God bless you all. You're always in my prayers, and God bless the 23.